see. Oh yeah, there we go. One person in, already liked. What's this if we're doing? Okay. Who's this? Who's the first person in? Can't see. Viewer activity. Hey, how you doing? You're number one. Hello. Interesting. There's two people. This so on the YouTube dashboard, it says there's one person in the stream, but clearly there's three people because there's three different people. Oh, now it says it's five. Okay, so this is an interesting thing to look at. I think it's obviously got some kind of big delay on it. Here at the total section of the video here. Short-term totals don't look too bad. Weekly, kind of okay, but I don't know. There's so much liquidity getting built up now on BTC. It's looking, as you can see, that's some really dense cake. Like whichever way they turn, their mouth is just going to get filled with cake. So it's definitely gearing up for some fun times. Sol looks like it would be easier for it to go up, but if BTC goes down, Sol will go down. You know, so it's clear as mud. Exactly. It is looking a little bit bearish if it doesn't have a decent close today and tomorrow, though. Some pretty scary weekly closes if these things create hold levels, or if they close back under trend. That'll just yeah. At a bare minimum, it's going to go back down there. Double bottom, maybe. Can't really trust a double bottom like that either. It's like if they bring it back down here to 103k and do like a double bottom, everyone will just put their stops under the double bottom thinking that's a safe place. And then what they'll really do is go hit the break level because that would be what you do and knock out all of those stop losses and liquidate everyone who thought that it was safe. So it's looking a little brutal. So fingers crossed it just jumps. All right. So what do we got? 7 views, 5 likes. Hit the like button. How can you have 7 views with 8 viewers? Righty here. So, what did people want to know today? It's not too early to look for trades. Like you can look for some stuff. So I think Esther. So I'm just watching this. It's deviated above the range trend. It's rejected off the underside of it. Yesterday's trade was from this area down in here. There were various different levels, but we were looking at can't remember what it was. Was it 2 hour or 4 hour? 2, no, 4 daily. Can't even remember what it was now. Oh, it was this candle. This one back here. Nice big one. Yeah. So it was 2 hour. So entry in here and TP'd out at the 1.13. So it went a bit higher, but could have actually run it up to that hold level, which would have got a little bit more out of the trade, but yeah, that is what it is. So that trade is done. So we get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. So now we're looking inside this, which is kind of a bit of a compressed range, really. Instead of taking it on the instead of taking it on the 2 hour though, just looking at it on the 1 hour, seeing if we actually get this range trend might push back down into here, and if it does, there's various levels inside here of different greed that you can layer in on and then TP out here. Did you look at hype? Yeah, hype hasn't pulled back into the entry. So yesterday I opened a trade on hype because it was probably going to go up, and it was sort of like a bit more of a swing trade, so not a huge position, but it was just a case of open it, see if it goes up. If it goes up, make some money. If it doesn't, size the position up down lower. So, and as you can see, it just didn't stop. So it's, I think we were trying to, or I was hoping to get something more down in this area, but also acknowledging that it could do that. So, but that's done now. So I don't think, I'm not going to chase that pump. It may get a closure above the daily. So could look. What you want to do is you want to be finding tokens that are still closer to this sort of structure. So this has gone off quite early, but the actual reversal structure is this area down here. And so there's lots of tokens that are still doing this. And if you find that, then you can get the entries down in here and then run it up like that's run up. I think Sui. Yeah. So Sui's still going. But same structure. This is still kind of a bit of a swing state. So if it comes back to either of these levels, then that one there or that one there. If it comes back to either of these two levels, then I'll increase the size of that. So very similar to hype. It's already technically capable of running and could come up here. So position opened, swing state, come up here and TP, or if it comes down, size it up and then take a bigger move. XRP. The way of the future. Gonna dominate all banking. James Wynn likes it now. He's going to heavily invest in it. So if it comes back to $2.30, yep. Where is it now? Oops. But closing under this could send it back there. Yeah, wind's bullish. So it's yeah, be bearish. What do you got? You got that. So there's quite a few levels in here. Just these two would be like if it gets trapped in between these two, it could form some kind of consolidation, and it has to go one way or the other. If it pulls back a bit more, particularly if it was to pull back below that 2.5638 before the end of the day, then it's very likely it's going to go back and target that for a double bottom. Yeah. Yeah. At the start of this bull run, I sort of made a decision I'd sell basically all the Bitcoin and everything at 114K. And yeah, I ended up actually buying it back again and then selling it again, and did a couple of sort of collateral swaps. But I don't really care now whether it goes up higher or not. I think it's if there's a really glaring obvious sign that it's going to do something abnormal, like if we get something like a sub 100K dip, I might buy it again, based on a 3-month level or something like that. And then if it actually goes and recaptures 114 or goes above something like, say this, if we sweep this trend and hit something like this level here, 96 or below, I think I'll probably buy it again. And then if we actually go back up pretty quickly and recover that topside trend and then close another really large weekly time frame above that in accumulation, then I think I'll hold it and just see what happens, because it is possible that, like, very unlikely, but it is possible that it goes to 300K or more based on that. Very unlikely. It's more likely that this is actually a sweep of the trend and it's going to go down, and then it'll bounce back to a lower high, and then it'll keep going down, and everyone will go, but I thought this cycle was different and it's a super cycle and it's going to go forever and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's, who knows. Benefit of the doubt, maybe it goes to 385K, who knows. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good risk reward. Like, that level will bounce. there's no way that this area down here does not bounce. It's a case of how low does it sweep, and there's some untested areas inside this, because that's a 7-week candle. It's a big candle. There's monthlies and all sorts of things down inside here, down to sort of about 82K, I think, which is almost the bottom of the range. So it is the bottom of the range, 83. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if even if it came all the way down to there, I'd still buy. because I think it'll minimum of it'll go back to 109. And it's then what does it do at 109? Like if it hits 109 and it doesn't reclaim the topside trends, then yeah, different story. We're in a bear market. But if it does, then you've just swept one of the biggest trends that Bitcoin's ever had, and assets as they get older, they have bigger time frames, and bigger time frames can lead to bigger moves, and that's a big move. But also, like, you think about the interest that's in Bitcoin now, whether it's presidential or institutional or BlackRock or whatever. These are greedy people, and they don't mess around. And there was I think James sent an email out yesterday about how he believes that money is moving to ETFs and all that kind of stuff, and so ETFs. So if Bitcoin goes into ETFs and ETFs are settled on OTC, they don't affect order books, but they mean that there's less volume in the order books, which means it's easier to move price, and that's in both directions. So they could use less money to push the price down or up. So maybe that's it. The game plan is that they park everything in ETFs, thin out the order books, and then send the thing to the moon or send it to death, one way or the other. But I don't think they'd want to destroy their money that they're making out of their ETFs. Yeah. Uh, what would I do? Let's have a look. What would I do? Oh, depends on how much risk you've got on it. Like, if you're following sort of pretty standard guidelines of 1% per trade, which a lot of people don't, but if you are, then you would add to the position. You would TP what you add, so you'd go for 2% risk instead, which would drop your average. You would TP what you add at the 2.6 area, which may or may not be at a loss depending on how it averages it. It probably would be at a loss, but who cares? It's average your position, which means you don't need to get to $3 anymore to be back in a profit. Then you would wait, and if it came down to one of these origin support levels, you would add again, and then you would TP out at the break. And by doing that twice, you'd probably be in profit by the time you hit the break, and you wouldn't have to worry about getting back to $3 anymore. And then if it closes up over the break, you could open the trade again and you could run it up to the next break, which is still not $3, but you'd be in profits. So that would be what I would do. If the position's too big and it's got too much risk compared to your portfolio, etc., then you're better to probably cut half of it when it gets back to 260 and see what happens. It's just like, yeah, I don't know who saw Blue's live stream the other day, but it's capital preservation is key, right? So if the position is just really bad and it's going to mean that you get wiped out and you can't make your way back, then you're better off just to take some profits at a level that, or in this case, take some losses at a level that is, where it could go, and it might not go past it. But I'd say this just really basically should get to 2.65. It's not how I trade. I trade on what I know probability will win, and that's, yeah. But it should get back up there. to get to there, or to get into that $3 area, that's harder. It's got to get over this break. Yep. Yeah, I don't know whether they care about killing alts. I think they did a pretty good job of killing alts already. Unified trading accounts killed alts. Right. I suppose the argument is there any alts left to kill? That's probably the what's left to sell. See, the thing about unified trading accounts is when they dumped the futures market, the collateral that was liquidated was the spot alt collateral in unified trading accounts. And then when that liquidation pays the people who are shorting, it's paying them via stables in the futures ecosystem. It's not buying the alt back. So they almost just found a way of magically draining alts into stables, into futures. So it's very smart. If it was planned. Who knows? So 4-hour solve for where would I start? So look. Actually, I have a 4-hour chart somewhere for solve. Is that it? Yeah, it's it. No, it's 1 hour. That's it. Okay. So 4-hour close is just sitting up over the origin level. If it closes positive, it'll probably try to pump up to that next break, which is 97. So the higher time frame stuff like the 5-day wants to come to 197. So this will probably close up, and then it may just go up to there because of that. Whether it goes any higher is a whole other question. It's probably not going to go past that. So if I was, so where would I start though if I wanted to get an entry? So you can't really enter here just because we've got 2 hours to go and we don't know what this candle's actually going to do. If it was to pull down lower, I wouldn't want to enter on this candle personally. It's just wick's too big. It's fully engulfed. It should close up. If it does close up, then yep, could start a swing position up to 197. But if it loses this trend, then there's probably going to be something in here, but it's going to be bigger than 4-hour. So you've got 6-hour there, 8-hour, and it's probably even bigger. 12. 12's been tested at the wick, so I wouldn't use that. 8-hour's good. I'd enter on the 8-hour. So that would be refine a position down into this area below here. Start with smaller size just at the wick. Little trade, it'll probably go underwater. but it may not because you've got the trend coming through here. So sometimes they just hit the wick and go, particularly when it's bullish. And so you'd put something there and you'd TP it up there. But you'd leave enough size and risk to find whatever refined entries are down inside here. And then, so that's if it does a dip. But it looks like it's, from an 8-hour perspective, it looks like it's going to close above the range trend. It looks like it's holding the range trend. That would have been your entry, 191. And you'd just be waiting to see how this candle actually plays out. So you would have gone 191, TP some here at the hold, and then wait to see whether the trend flips the hold. And if it does, then it'll bounce from here and it'll go up. And the 4-hour levels are pretty much 8-hour levels from the looks of it, because the lines are in exactly, well, not that one, that's a 4-hour level, but this is an 8-hour level, which is exactly the same structure as the 4-hour chart. So this hold can push to this level. These trends can push to this level. It all just depends on how it closes, but that'll be in an hour, or sorry, an hour and 57 minutes. What trend lines near 119k? So BTC's got a lot of problems. So it's got hold levels starting at about 112, I think 112,800 roughly, high time frame stuff. So the weeklies all look really bad. The closes, it's almost just going to be some Trump tweet or something this weekend, and it would have to be a pretty strong candle to really push the price up through the stuff that's there. And then it has to be basically Sunday or Monday, and then it has to close, and that would flip all of that bad stuff. But it's yeah, I think it has to basically get above 117, I think, to really get out of the woods before you'd even consider 119. And if that doesn't happen, then 112 is pretty much already pretty big resistance. Don't know whether no, I didn't keep the charts from yesterday, but if you have a look at yesterday's closes, there were some big resistances. Good night. I promise I won't delete this one, eh? What do we got? So we've had 27 views and 11 likes. Come on. Alright, so someone wanted me, so while we've got time, someone wanted me to go back through back on the 4-hour for Sol. What's the reasoning for not entering in the 4-hour, looking at the higher time frame? What's the reason? Let's have a look. So the reason specifically for not entering on the 4-hour now is because of where the price actually is. So it's under a range trend. It's kind of sitting just under an origin level. It hasn't hit its break level, and therefore it's pretty much got 2 plus, and it's potentially going to open on the wrong side of its trend. So it's got about 3 reasons for it to go down right now rather than go up, and that's pretty much it. It's just a game of probabilities. How that changes is if it closes up in accumulation. Now, if it closes up in accumulation, it would be above the range trend, so that's different. It would be above the origin level, and it would be a hard close of the origin level. Now, what then comes next is if it's going to be a quick move, it'll just push up to that 197. It may struggle with the break level initially, like it might hit the break, it might come back, whatever, but it's probably going to keep going up. Oh, 192. Oh, this one down here. So the reason I wouldn't enter on that is just pure greed. If it loses this trend, it's probably not going to stop there. You could scalp it. It'd just be such a little scalp. I think if they lose that level, they're probably coming lower. But you could scalp it. What would you get? Guess it depends how badly it loses it. Exactly where it closes. So if it closes below this level, then that might only be, a 0.35% move. So it could be pretty small. If it closes just on the wrong side of the trend and wicks down, maybe worth taking. Maybe the range trend. Don't know. It doesn't really have a target. I think the more likely scenario is that if they really want to move this up, this will just close up. And it's not terribly uncommon for a close to look bearish for up until the very last few moments, and then all they have to do is buy that candle up a little bit and it becomes a very different structural implication. So yeah, I don't think it would come down here, or if it does, it's going right down. I'd be very tempted to buy it under the trend though. So this candle doesn't actually break the downtrend. Neither did any of these do. None of them break it. So if that opens, it's going to try to come back down under that red trend. But this really old range trend that's coming through here, this is hard closed and broken, and it hasn't been retested. So break candle there, none of these retests have got to it. This is going to want to come under this. This needs a retest. You'd almost just put a cheeky order on that range trend. And then if there was a dive through all of this, you'd probably get quite a good buy, and then it would, if it hovered down here and stayed here too long, then you'd just TP out, the backside of resistance. But if it wicked back up, you'd be pretty damn happy because it would probably then just continue up. And if we look at that 8-hour, but this is kind of implying that you probably won't get that option. It looks like it's just going to go up if it closes up. And what else? Hey, Blue. Nice of you to bring the rockets. What else do we want to look at? Okay, so someone wanted me to do how to make a chart. Let's do that. Keep asking questions, I'll answer them. Right, so building a box. Look at that. I talked about this in today's update video, that monthly, or it might have been BTC monthly. It's on one of them anyway. It's we really don't want a monthly hold level facing to the downside. That's not good. So we got 6 days. No Sol rockets for 6 days. Okay, so building a box. First thing you got to do is just find your top and bottom key levels. So break level, couldn't accumulate back, rejected, that's the top side of the monthly range. Then try to find the bottom one. So there you go. This hasn't been tested as a monthly, so 120. So that's kind of why I say you got to be realistic. Price could go back to 120. If we get that hold level and we've got an untested bottom of our range, these things tend to get tested. So top of the range, bottom of the range. And we've got a break level, so we'll label these. So this is our 1 month break origin. So our 1 month break origin and untested, right? Because we haven't gone back to that since it became a monthly origin level. Then we've got 1 month break tested, so we've hit that. So as far as like positive price action, if we can go a month without touching 144.7, then this monthly range support becomes this level, and that's how support levels move up over time. So then up here, we've got our 1 month break tested. So you can already see the fight is basically about, are we bringing resistance down or bringing support up? Whichever one of these areas gets touched next gives you an idea of which way the range is shifting, because if it doesn't touch the bottom, then support is moving up. If it hits the top, then that means support is moving up. If it doesn't touch the top, then resistance is pushing down, and then it's most likely going to hit the bottom. So that's our box in our box so far. You can put a line here and call it 1 month polarity, because if it just simply doesn't let the price, if we spend the next 5 days, 6 days with wicks coming over here and then daily closes below and wicks coming up and daily closes below, that's polarity. That means that they are not going to let the price get above that level, and that's because they want to create resistance and they want to push the price down. So we put 1 month polarity. And the wick, one month damn polarity. Okay, because if they do the same thing with that level over the next 6 days, then it's going to be a real fast dump. Okay, so got some levels. Then we could put the hold in here, but ultimately the hold level has already been tested fully, so the break level's been hit, so the hold level is irrelevant, so we won't bother with that. Same thing on the top here, the hold level is irrelevant because the break level's been hit, so we won't worry about that. Then we need our range trends. So we're going to go from first yellow, yellow. If this was a blue candle and that was a yellow, then that would be the range trend, because it's the first color matching color that closes inside the candle. So that's our range trend. So we'll go 1 month. 1 month RT. And there'll be another one down here. So you can see how this range trend was basically the underlying support the entire time coming through there. Just bounce, 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 bounce. Deviation and sweep, deviation and sweep. Okay, so range trend, and there's another one here. Okay, this one's broken by this candle. This is the retest of it. That's positive. Like, it generally will want to target something to the upside after that. But then arguably it did, you know. Well, actually, it hasn't gone back up there. So that's positive. Hopefully this climbs back up. And you've actually got quite a few. That one. That one. If you do this a lot too, you can save all these lines as templates, which makes it easy. But even I haven't really done that. I have a lot of time in the day. Okay, so you can see how strong that area down there would be as far as support goes. But the unfortunate thing about that is when you say an area is strong, it also means an area is likely to be swept, because if everyone thinks it's strong, then all of the stop losses will sit below it. And that's how you get sweeps of things and that kind of stuff. So, okay, so that's our 1 month. Then we want normal trends. So you just have to cycle through the candles, array them. So just following the rules. You can't move it to any of these because they're on it. Even this one, you can't move it to it because it's touching the corner of it. So it goes to this one. So that's just our 1 month normal trend. Just spotted another RT. So I add that in afterwards. There we go. Cool. So that was our, sometimes I'll leave these on. That was our 1 month prior trend, which also got retested in that big dump. So you look at all the stuff that got retested down there is huge. That's actually our normal trend now. So that's positive because it's facing upwards. We like that. We broke the downtrend. These are positive things as to why price should be going up once it gets out of this box, and assuming it gets out of it to the upside. Okay, so that is pretty much a 1 month chart, other than this one other range trend through here, which unfortunately hasn't been retested. Eek. Oh well. It will be one day. Okay. Let's go. All right, so now let's go down and have a look at our weekly. So there's lots of things on the weekly, but you really only got to focus on what's on the weekly inside the monthly. So first thing you do is you look at where's our monthly levels are up here, monthly levels are down here. So that would be a weekly break origin level. So week break origin. And has it been tested? No, it hasn't. So monthly support, weekly support. And then you've got that. And that is your current resistance. And that is probably why price is just stuck here right now. Okay, so to start with, you kind of want a weekly close over that. But even if you get a weekly close over that and you close the month below the level of polarity, then you're going to have a monthly hold level, and a monthly hold level is going to break a weekly support trend. So, or sorry, a weekly support. So you're kind of within that range to that range currently. The hold level up here is being tested, so we won't worry about that. And our break level has been tested to the upside, so what we'll do is we'll just put this on here as the 1 week break. Untested. Okay. And then there'll be a bunch of range trends, and there'll be more and more range trends depending on the time frame you're on. So you've got weekly through there. And there's another one there. There's probably more. There's an up facing one here. That's a problem. Oh, OCD. Can't have that. Okay. And then there'll be other origin levels going all the way back here. There's another one. There's that magical 204 number that I keep harping on about. And you might as well call it a tested level because price has been above it and below it. There's one here. What? Okay. All right. Now, we don't have any untested holds. Really, that's probably enough, right, for the sake of this. So let's go and have a look at the daily. Okay. So the daily we have an untested hold, just down here. So now we have a 1 day hold. Tested. And just something I've been doing a lot lately is just marking out the wicks too, because we've been having these really sort of bullish bearish flips where it just ends up bouncing off the wicks. So hold untested wick. And the upside's been tested, so there's nothing there until you get all the way up to here. And this is outside of the range, you know, so it's not likely that you would even bother to target this. So 1 day hold untested wick. 1 day hold tested. Okay, and you got break. 1 day break. And you might put the next one on too, just if you really want to, but there we go. So there will be trends. So you've got to mark out your trends on all these things as well. And so we've got a daily, we're sort of pushing onto the weekly. So go down to the 4 hour. Okay. And so you basically just keep going down and down and down. So 4 hour break, 4 hour hold. Probably wouldn't mark the wick on this one. If it was going to bounce the wick, it would have just already bounced. And it's pretty hard to bounce on a 4 hour hold when you're pushing into a weekly origin level. So this is kind of why. Why you want to know these higher time frames and where they exist. So, and if we're pushing into a weekly origin level, do we take a 4 hour hold as a trade, or is there a bit of risk in that? Because it's more likely to come down to some kind of weekly level or daily level from here. So it might still work, but that's kind of the concept of knowing the boundaries, basically. So what do we got? We've got a 4-hour. We don't really have a 4-hour break here because we've only got one candle, but if this closes up, we'll then have a 4-hour break. So that means that down here is our 4-hour break currently. And we won't mark that hold because it's already hit. That daily up there is also a 4-hour, so you can either put extra lines on, which gets impossible to read, or you could just go 4-hour break untested. There's kind of another one in there as well, which isn't an origin level on the 4-hour, but it could be a break level that could be hard closed. This is just getting really tight, like tightly compressed. So if you go down to the 1-hour, within the boundaries of your 4-hour, you now have a 1-hour break origin. So that's the basis of your 1-hour range. And it's untested. And you have a 1-hour not tested. So that's not the top of the range. That's the top of the range. Okay, so 1-hour break origin tested. Yes, that's been tested. So it's tested the top of the range, hasn't tested the bottom of the range. Okay. So now we could look at 15-minute. And we want to be inside the boundaries of the 1-hour. Oh, there you go. That's the top of your 15-minute range. So 15 min, break origin, and it's untested. So we haven't hit that since it created an origin. Don't think. No, these 3 candles haven't hit it. And the bottom of the range, right there. So you see here, it's nearly in a spot where it could lose the bottom of the range if it closes blue. So that's your 15-minute. Break origin tested. So it's fighting to stay up in here. And you can just keep doing this. So when you're dealing with, a trade, you just sort of, if you want to trade on, say, like a 4-hour time frame, example here is horrible because the price has been so compressed for so long that the range is really, really little, even when you're dealing with like a 1-hour or a 4-hour. If you were doing this back here, before all this compression, then you'd be finding these levels would be further apart and you'd be able to take, better trades, bigger percentages, all that kind of stuff. So pretty much that's how you break it down. The trend work and all that kind of stuff you've got to do as well. But once you've set up a chart, you don't change things like the weekly levels very much at all. You're only going to change them, once a week. Daily ones you might look at once a day. And then you just adjust to your other time frames within those, and then you trade on the time frames that make economic sense, because like I say, you can't just spend it all on fees, and B, you have the time to take the trade. Like if you only have an hour to trade a day, then you're probably going to be trading on a 15-minute chart, just trying to do one 15-minute scalp. And it's already happened. You could have just taken the 15-minute break origin level here and just TP'd at the weekly there, because the weekly resistance was probably going to stop the 15-minute, and that's what you get. There's a trade. And if it closes below here, it'll probably go down. And so you'd have to put your range trends to be this and so on. So it'll come down and retest that if it breaks that level. So yeah, that's how you build a chart. time consuming. Right. Questions. Let's see. Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of why I stopped watching a lot of stuff on YouTube. In the early days, I watched heaps, but then it was all just noise. There was nothing worth getting out of so much of it, and it's probably really hard to find the good people that are out there, or just that they're not on YouTube. I don't know why you bother, you know. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely worth doing the trend work. I mean, you can have a um, you you can have a high time frame trend coming through a chart. You don't really even know it's there. It's kind of like that. More so in the form of range trends, though, because normal trends tend to fan outwards. You lose a weekly trend, and then you lose a weekly trend by a day, and then the daily trend will be below the weekly trend, if that makes sense. And then it's whether you recover the weekly trend within, say, 7 days, if it's a Monday, as to whether it will become resistance. So normal trends tend to fan outwards, but range trends are just fixed. They never change. They never move. So like that, the Trump trend, the 2 to 8 weekly Trump trend, which you could just be in the middle of taking a 8 hour. Let's find that, and let's show you how disastrous this can be. So if you didn't have this trend on your chart, the orange trend, let's make that a big fat line. Okay. Oh, whoops. Text color style. All right. I mean, that was October 10th. So you see what I mean? You could have been in a daily trade potentially in that area. Let's see if we find this going wrong. Yeah, so here we go. Daily hold level. And you're about to close and reject off the backside of the nastiest, oldest, original range trend that exists on the chart. And you're going, I'm going to long this daily. Ooh, straight through it. Goes under, rejects the daily hold. You think, cool, no worries. Woomph. So, range trends can be very important. And you know which ones are, because they're the ones where there's a big polarized reaction whenever the price closes on either side of it. We had a prior drop off this trend based on a 1 hour candle, which was here, I think. Like there was and it took it down to a weekly level. So this was, which makes sense given it's a weekly trend. Yeah, it's there. Same trend. Boom. Liquidation. You know, 224 down to 212. Not as big a drop, I suppose, but it might have continued. Yeah. And so that ended up coming down to a weekly origin level. to find support. So I would suggest having monthly, weekly, daily, um, monthly, weekly, daily levels on your chart, even if you're trading, say, on 4-hour timeframes, because, well, in this case, even a 1 hour, like a 1 hour under that very potent trend is enough to do what you just see there, to move it to a weekly. So that was 6 o'clock on a Monday. So it wasn't really technically even the start of the week so much. It was, a few hours into it. Um, yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. Yes, a weekly trend and a 1 hour candle can do exactly what you just see there on the screen. So it pays to have weekly trends, even if you're trading on a 1 hour. So yeah, if you only have an hour to trade, you would still have to do all that work on the chart to make sure that you're not running into some higher time frame level. But you'd be working the chart down in a box to establish your 15-minute range, because you normally, like, whatever amount of time you have, you probably want to divide it by 4. So like if you've got 4 hours to trade a day, you might find trades on a daily, on a 1 hour. If you've got, an hour to trade a day, you might find them on a 15-minute chart. You can't take a trade on an hourly chart if you only have an hour to trade, because it's going to take time for the trade to actually play out. If you have a full day to trade, how do you discern which trades to take? Well, it's the same thing, really. You'd work out which box the price is in. And to be honest, if you had a full day to trade and you work out what box the price is in, you might not take anything. Like at the moment, you might as well just take 1 hour trades, because we're stuck in a 1 hour box. There's just not really a lot of point. Unless we get a daily close or something today that breaks us out of that box, we're stuck in that box. So I suppose we could get out of that box before the end of the day. Technically, we have enough time. How do you find the move origin point? Typically, it's going to be on a lower time frame than the one you're looking at, and it will just simply be an origin level. So, like, if you're looking for a weekly move, you're probably looking at a daily or a 3-day origin level that starts it. And then there'll be a hold level, and the hold level may or may not. Sometimes the first hold level is not tested. So it'll go like, say, a 3-day origin, and then it will create like a weekly hold, and then you'll potentially, the weekly hold will not get tested. It'll go up, like there'll be a bit of momentum. It'll create another one. That one will be tested, and that's the base of the range. And then that range will range, and then it will either break out the top, or it'll retest the bottom and break out, or retest the bottom and fail. 7-day. Yeah, okay. So what you're talking about is advanced hold levels, which is something I don't really talk about too much, because most people are going to screw them up and get them wrong. So, yeah, advanced hold levels are basically, they're not like one-to-one engulfments, and they're sort of like trading FVGs. You're trading on the backside of the backside of the range, and there'll be points within the wick that can create the move, or within the body, but the move will be based on the body. And so sometimes the wick entry point is higher than the target of the body, which means that the move is going to fail. And other times the wick is quite small and you can find the entry point, and the move based on the body means the move is going to play out. So that's stuff for advanced lessons, which would be, I find, I think Asta was one of those. Can find it. Geez, it doesn't want to stop, does it? Mind you, it bounced off that. Bounced off that level. Oh well. Where was one? Nope. I will find one. So it wasn't Asta. What else was it? Was it Hype? Nope. Sui. Yes. Yes, it's Sui. Okay. So here you go. So this is a pretty safe one to take because the wick is really small. Body big. You just got to find the entry. Target's the same, it's based off the body, but where it can get a little pear-shaped is, we'll say this one, another example. Wick, entered in the wick, didn't get to the body, went up. If you try to take it on the body afterwards, it would fail, down. This one got into the body, still working its way up. So you can find entries by the same method. So if we go daily down to 4 hour, and then you look for untested 4 hour levels. So tested. Could have tried down here, but too greedy. So 1 hour. Yeah, that was the one. So it was that little 1 hour right there at the bottom. And that was the trigger for the... So with these, the way I took this trade was I had an order sitting here on the 1 hour, and I had an order sitting here on the body, an order sitting on the wick. And when I noticed that this was already in play, because this actually came down and gave me a better entry last night while I was asleep, but when I noticed yesterday this was already in play, I just opened a small swing position to target the target, and then had the big money sitting down here, and then got all of it. Yippee! Didn't get woken up by that alert line I had there either. That's great. There's no real telling how long a trade will take to play out. It depends on volume and narrative and that kind of stuff. It's like the monthly Bitcoin short from like 70K to 50K or whatever it was that we had during that consolidation period. It took about 3 to 4 months, and then it played out almost in a day because the narrative popped out about the German Bitcoin sell-off or whatever, the Germany sell-off, and then the market makers hit the speed dial, the whales used the narrative and the fear, and they just boom, push it down, liquidate everybody. So it's the time is not so easy to tell, but that's where narrative availability, I don't think the narrative actually causes the move. I think narratives build liquidity. So if everybody is fearful, there will be short liquidity getting built. If everybody is bullish, there will be long liquidity getting built. And then narratives are the thing people seek when that liquidity gets taken. And they go out there and they go, oh, it's because Germany sold its Bitcoin. It's like, nah, it's because they were going to move it from 70 to 50K and they made that decision 3 months ago, but they needed everyone to get too bullish. So then when everyone got really bullish and there was enough liquidity, they then patiently wait for there to be a narrative and then dump, off it goes. So it's my 2 cents. I mean, I've shown so many structural charts that show exactly why we went from, 1 or 253 to wherever we got to 140 something. Yeah, it's just the move was always there, just like we've got the moves to 76K, $76 and $80 and 123 and 109. They're always there, on Sol. It's just, what would the narrative be? Well, first it starts with a lot of bullishness and a lot of bullish narrative. So that could be your ETFs, that could be it's going to the moon, it could be everyone is talking about and thinking about how they're going to retire on it. That builds that liquidity. Once that liquidity is there, it then just takes something believably bearish, and that could be, I don't know, maybe the blockchain has an exploit, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then a whale will take advantage of that. They'll take advantage of the presence of the liquidity, and they'll sell enough of the asset to trigger the cascade, and then down it goes. And their buy order will be sitting down at that bottom level. If you missed the entry before the pump, like so. So I think the key thing is that you don't chase it. Just look at another asset. There's more assets you can trade. Just find something else. And I think that's probably the thing we've got to start thinking about now more than ever is, do we even bother to trade the same way? You can wait a long time to get one big move, and you can either get it right or get it wrong. And the amount of bullish liquidity that will enter when that move is playing out actually just gives way bigger incentive for whales to slam it back in the other direction. So it's just, do we just now look at it and go, well, over the shorter term, I can make, some of these daily moves that we're getting are going to be a good couple of percent. So even if you did it on spot, you could make a good couple of percent in a day, on a daily move. So, is that the safer option? Do you do it on 2x, 3x leverage, 10x, whatever you're comfortable with? Do you take a greedy entry? You make 9% in a day, whatever it might be, and then you just stop. And then you wait for the next opportunity. There's so many opportunities. Do you then just wait and then take the next one? And if you can find that 1% opportunity per day, it's probably way better than waiting for the one big bullish move that also brings in all of that liquidity to the downside, that then creates incentive for a big player to reject. And looking at some of that higher time frame structure on Sol, where are we? Let's have a look at these closes. So this is just your 2-day close. And so we closed above this 2-day level 2 days ago, right? And our next level was up here. So we were going to move between these two levels. That's a 2.59% move. So that's more than 1% a day. If a spot holder had just taken that and they just find one thing like that every single day, it'll add up real fast. So, that's the thing I'm starting to think is, how is crypto going to change? Well, there's some pretty greedy big players getting involved. It might be better to start thinking of it more long term because they think of it long term. Um, so whilst this move, so let's look at this now, 149 day, whilst this move could already be in play because there's other moves of the same scale, whilst yes, it could go from 189 to 247, and you might think, okay, cool, let's put 5,000 SOL on this and make a year's worth of income or whatever. It could, but it could also just reject straight off that trend and come down to retest this new trend when you've opened a 5,000 SOL long. So, and where do you put your stop loss on something this big? It's going to be pretty far down. So you can't really take the type of risk on this that you would think to make generational wealth in one trade because the range is too big and the amount of time it might take to play out, there's so much more that could go on in that time compared to just taking the smaller moves on a more frequent basis. And then there's silence. Preach. Yeah, get on a soapbox. Yeah. I mean, look at that range. It's so when we close this candle today, this level up here, what's that? 259.881. That 259.881 level today becomes a bigger rejection area than what caused the October 10 dump. And that's assuming it gets there. And the other side of it too is, delete that one, we haven't gone here yet either. So this is literally a case of, I don't know, let's, where's that little scribble thing? This is a case of, is this actually a liquidity sweep to complete the short that is older than the long? I don't know. Maybe it's going to the moon. I guess what I'm just trying to put out there is that you can't be biased on which way things are going to go right now. It's just, if you had a full overarching view of structure right now, it's just as likely to nuke down as it is to go up. So, yeah. And then the IA channel will literally long 259. Oh no. And Marty will be like, last chance to buy under 300. Then it'll be 123 and it'll be still last chance to buy under 300. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, all it actually takes for this thing to disappear off into some unbelievable new all-time high is just to close a candle just above that line in the next, in 149 days' time. If it just closes a candle there, rocket, off it goes. Yeah, if you don't long 259.88, then you ain't trying to become rich. So true. So something I mentioned on yesterday's stream, which got deleted along with all the other stuff I shouldn't have mentioned on yesterday's stream, was Uh, this cycle's been a little bit different as far as rotation has gone. So last cycle, it was just everything went up, everything went down. Great, because there was lots of money, from retail and other people pouring things in and out, and VCs and so on. This time, it's been more like real world assets go up, but AI tokens go down, and BNB goes up, but Sol goes down, and blah. It's just all been rotational. So if you're going to set up sort of like a trading watch list, something I'm going to start looking at doing a bit differently is probably pick the top 10 assets in each category and then have a look at them, see how much volatility they have, and then maybe pick one or two in each narrative category, because the way the money flow kind of is at the moment is uh, yeah, stables is going up and down, and market cap goes up and down, but the stables now have more of a reason just to be there as stables than anything else. And ETF money isn't going to flow to a shitcoin, and it is a bit different, but internal narratives seem to be how they're driving the pump and dumps, and that's what we want. We just want to follow the whale and trade the pump and dump with them. So, I think the most recent one was privacy tokens, like Zcash and all the other privacy category tokens. They went. And while they were going, other things weren't. In fact, I think actually they were going up when other things were going down, which means they were really rotating a lot. So it's if you're going to set up a trading list, someone should do this for the whole group. It shouldn't be me. But just go find the top ones in each narrative, and then let's look at charting them all up and having them, always being watched. And also some of the newer assets, they're just so much easier to trade because they don't have high time frame anythings because they are low time frame. But potentially you want to make sure that the newer assets are, actually have some kind of fundamental basis. Like DEX tokens aren't a bad idea really, because there is a future in DEXs, although they can get hacked and rugged and dumped, but it doesn't happen too often. And Asta's still going, and Hype's still going. There you go. It's DEX token season right now. But that's, I guess, case in point. You probably find things like stables down, DEX tokens up, but then stable tokens might be going up in a week's time, while DEX, like so stable platforms or whatever that deal with stables, might be going up, while DEX tokens maybe are flat or going down. And then there'll be memes when they come back in and they go up, which is definitely in hindsight would have done that very differently, because last bull run it was so much easier. It was just, oh, it's a green day, oh, it's a red day. Hey, Zeus is up 5%. Woohoo! Jump. Yeah. Where's Jump? Jump, jump, jump. There it is. Oh, that's a funny one. Dum, 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 dum. Trump's tweeting from his plane. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go. Yeah, Popcat was awesome. I paid off a mate's credit card debt with Popcat in one trade. All gone. Yeah, so it's on that break level. What's that weekly? There it goes. Something like that. What is that? What's that? Yeah, so that would have been the buy. See, a lot of these tokens have already found their bottom and they're heading up. So if you can catch one that looks like this but is still quite close to that origin line like that, then you could take it up to the holds. But where we're at now, we're kind of now at that decision time. We either have to break the hold or we go down. So it's pushing into a weekly hold as well. So, ooh, updates. It may still come back and test that level. If it does go back down there and test that, then that's a buy. Particularly if it's already tested the hold. So if it recaptures that range trend, that would also imply that it's going to come back up here. But overall, it's still in this range. And the thing about like trading a range like this is you want to try and get in at the bottom, take some profits in the middle, and the whole 50% thing is funny because it is actually really true a lot of the time. As long as you're looking at the range properly, you either get over the 50% mark, in which case you're probably going to attack the top. You get over the top, you're going to break out. Or you fail to get over the 50% mark, in which case you're probably going to go back to the bottom and maybe lose the bottom. But the key thing is, like, if you can get in for a long at the bottom, or you get in for a short at the top, so that would have been this wick here, then taking half the profit at the 50% and then just holding the rest to see what happens with your stop loss still up here. That's all there is about trading ranges. And you can get more technical and you can identify all the trends and you can identify, your range trends and your various different levels that exist within there. But it's really that became the top of the range. That is a short, roughly halfway, which funnily enough is where you find your hold level, is your first TP. And your stop loss, you could probably move it to above the break, something like there. Maybe keep it up there. And then if you lose the middle, you're going to target the bottom. If you lose the bottom, you're going to go find the next range, which there wasn't one, which is why it did that. It's probably worth keeping an eye on this tomorrow if it closes back up over here. Pretty good weekly structure. Hey, the orange settings. Should really get rid of that orange. Yeah, for a short, stop loss will be above the entry. You could actually be a bit more specific on it. Like if you entered in here for a short and then you TP'd at 50%, you could actually use this level as your stop loss. So that's where you'd be building your entry. You'd have to start at that line, in which case you would be underwater, and that's not uncommon for weekly trades, but it's a first touch rejection of a origin level at the top of the range. So you'd be building in there, and then you would take first TP in here. After you've taken first TP, you could actually just go back to the original point of the level and just put your stop loss there. So in theory, your average entry would actually be up here somewhere. So it should be. Yeah, tons of weekly closes tomorrow. Most of them look really bad at the moment. So 1 week, we are rejecting off the hold. 103 is the target. It's really got a. It's really just getting compressed between. There's your resistance and there's your support. So for it to get bullish, it has to get back up over this bird's nest of trends. Otherwise, it's pretty stuffed. And it could do that, so it could close back up, and then it could bounce up to this next resistance level here at 117. But it will just purely comes down to how it closes. At the moment, it's just in a downtrend, so you know it's in that and that and that and that. So there's a lot stopping that. Needs a positive Trump pump. Okay. So 2 week needs to close above that same sort of level. Otherwise, you get another hold level. If it comes down any more, you'll have a hold level and a trend. It does have a range trend running through here, which it's managed to hold the price up. But as you can see, you can wick these. So you wick. I think I'd be optimistically bullish that if we wick this again, then we probably go up, just because we didn't actually test the topside trend, and we haven't closed under here. If we do close Bitcoin under this range trend at any point on a 2 week level, it's pretty bad. But for this stage, it could just be taking liquidity. 3 week, bad. Anything under 115 tomorrow, not good. Also under the range trend, it's about 113. Could just reject anywhere in there. We've already tested all the support. There isn't too much. There'll be something inside this. And then you're back down to basically 91 or 92. 6 week, bad. So this is a summary of the video, by the way. Wrong side of trend. Don't really want that to close blue. If it closes blue, down. And then somewhere inside that ginormous candle, there'll be a refined entry. But generally speaking, pretty bad. So this is why I kind of have this problem with Sol. Sol looks really bullish. Sol looks like it could bounce and go to 247. But look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it's going to fall off a cliff. So, yep. And then look at this. Look at this liquidity. An amazing pile of cake. So Sol's moving up. Bitcoin's kind of going sideways. Yeah, 1 minute flat. Bad, 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 bad. So, I mean, they can fix it tomorrow. They can fix it today. We just need a really good pump. We need to close. But the argument to that pump happening is if someone wants to really open a huge position and move up, there's all that liquidity sitting right there in close proximity to create the cascade to open a really good low entry right now for any major player with the ability to push Bitcoin off a cliff. So what would you do if you're a whale? And I think it's things like this. Look at that, I have 48 5-day charts. Okay, it's things like this, where the 5-day move is trying to come up to resistance at 197.8, and it hasn't quite done that yet, and it's been trying for 3 days. So there's a little wee structural anomaly here where it didn't quite touch it before. So a bit of a early rejection. So these little gaps typically get filled. Like showed someone, or that was something we actually showed on the live stream yesterday, was how price bounced off a level, went to a target, but there was this weird little gap left, and then it went back immediately after hitting target, went to a lower low to find that gap and corrected the gap. So, Sol's got the same thing going on in reverse right here. So it's just kind of, it's probably going to be quite bullish until it gets up to there, and then after that, it's corrected that gap, and who knows from there. Yeah, the Trump tweets don't really. Honestly, the Trump tweet has nothing to do with how price moves. It's just an excuse. If a whale just dumped 500 million in Bitcoin on the open market randomly with no narrative, no nothing, people would not want to trade because they'd be like, well, I'm not going to play this game because it's Russian roulette at that point. You're spinning the chamber of the gun and pulling the trigger and just don't know what the outcome's going to be. People need to think they have a chance, and they'll accept that if Trump sends some tweet and the market dumps, they'll accept that that was bad luck, and they'll try to find a way to watch out for Trump tweets or whatever it might be. But it's not Russian roulette because they understand why it happened. So if a whale's going to dump, they're going to dump when there's some narrative that can be attached. But it doesn't really. People don't sell all their Sol tokens because of a beans tariff tweet. Yeah, 48. Yeah, only 48. I tried to clean this up. I got it down to like 1100. Keeps going up. Yeah, that's the question, eh? That's the question. 93k may happen, but is it likely? Yeah. I think the more bullish people get, the more likely it is. But I don't think. I think if it's going to be as a sweep of liquidity to then move to some new amazing all-time high, I think it has to happen after they do the closes. They really need to not have bad high time frame resistance created if it wants to go back up. So I don't know. I'm just being very wary that it might happen. And I think these closes are kind of enough to, yeah, there's enough here to tell us tomorrow whether they have intentions. Do they let this close up and get rid of that hold level? Polarity gone? Or do they close it down and create a hold level? Do they close up this one at 112 because they want to take a bit more liquidity, but maybe they don't close up above 115, and in doing so everyone sees the price start to go up, they start to chase, and then it runs into 115, and that's the kind of, yeah, who knows. Yeah, we'll just trade the smaller moves and do a lot more shorts. It's kind of the best thing about being really low down is, when you know that the bull market is sort of starting, it's just like, cool, I'm just going to long. And then when you know the bear market is in, I'm just going to short. And it's when you don't quite know, it's the hardest time. Yep. Right. So yeah, XRP, eh? Oh, I talked about this actually. This. This is exciting. Tesla perps on BitGet. Synthetic stocks. Way easier to chart. So looking to see if we move up to here. See if we can get to 452.13. How long till close? Yeah, we've still got like 40 minutes. Nope, not rich yet. Rich at 2.6. Still stuck in a box. Based on the weekly close tomorrow. No. Because if we really are at the point of the market where the blow off top comes, then what happens is the weekly close tomorrow is bad. The price goes in the opposite direction. It goes really high to wipe out all the liquidity, and then it goes down. So that's why this is a really hard place to trade, because you just, the the outcome of those closes could be a drop down to grab liquidity and then a move up to sort of a new all-time high, or it could be a quick wick all the way up to the upside and then a dump into the bear market. So that's the catch. I wouldn't build any big position starting tomorrow, unfortunately. I think it'd be more like, see, this is all just consolidation. You don't even have, you know, 2 candles in a row here. If we can close the monthly up, then at least you've got another monthly accumulation range. You'd have a new break level. You might then be able to start making some decisions based on that. If the monthly got back up over the trend, maybe. Yeah, looking at some of this stuff. This is very much just in the middle. That's the bottom of the range. So yeah, bottom of the range is like 91. Top of the range doesn't really even exist, which, so it's the trend. So yeah, you're basically 127 to 91. Yeah, I don't see the point in holding BTC if we go into a bear market. It's still going to go down. Kind of comes, there's so many things to really consider. Like, some people are going to be absolute maxis and they're just going to be like, no, I'm never going to sell my BTC. Other people might have tax implications selling their BTC. There's that kind of stuff to consider. But, and if you don't need to spend it, and you've got a thesis that 10 years from now it'll be worth $1 million or whatever, then, you know, you do you. If you're mentally thinking of it like a trade and you know it's going to go down, why hold it? It doesn't make sense. If you're not going to have a tax implication, you don't have to buy the bottom, but like, let's just say you had 10 BTC and you go, okay, we're going to go into a bear market and I don't know where the bottom's going to be, but I know that it's going to go down based on whatever hold candle, maybe it's going to go down $10,000. So I'll buy it back when it goes down $10,000. And then maybe it goes down another $10,000. At least you actually, you know, didn't lose that first $10,000 per BTC. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna, until proven otherwise, I'm just sticking with good old fashioned tried and true. And it means somewhere in the next few weeks, or the next couple of weeks, yep, that might be the end of the bull market based on historical timing. I'm not sure where those people got that other stuff from, but this is kind of what I've always looked at, 40 week, 80 week thing, which basically means here. So it's getting close. One, two more. And I sort of had that pegged as the blow off top. But we'll see. and then just, you know, if we get back to 80s, then it's all kind of depends on time, really. So I sort of thought, depends on how far it goes down, but that would probably be the lowest point, down in the 30s, which I think is the only untested break level that exists on a high time frame on BTC. So that's is down there. So it'd be funny if it goes down there, because that just means that eventually every single break level gets retested. But I'd also look to just enter back in the anything really 80s or below. Just start buying and have bigger orders the further it goes down. Also based on time, make sure you get that same amount of time. So it's not that far to be. Only a few years away. Yeah, yeah. It's a you can't get this anymore. I don't think it's not publicly available, but I can paste the code for it, and I'll paste the code in the Discord if it loads. Jeez, come on. Okay, another time maybe. Come on. Okay, that's not working very well. Just try to refresh. Yeah, that trend. I'll give me a sec. I'll just try to get this code out. Okay. I just pasted it in the general chat on the Discord. That trend is coming from, I think it's a 3-month one. No, it might be even bigger. Or is it 2-month? Something. 4-month? Yes, it's a 4-month range trend from 2018, 2019. So it's the indicator is designed to work on weekly charts specifically, but the trend I've put on there is a 4-month trend. It was what was the bottom of the previous market, so it's that. That was that. So 4-month range trend from 2019, 2018, bear market, bottom for current cycle. See, fun with range trends. watching Hallmark Christmas movies. I don't get that. Is that like Home Alone? Smash someone in the face with a hot iron. Yeah, range trends. Gotta love them. Yeah, normal trends haunt me in my sleep. I don't like normal trends. I like range trends. They stay where they lay. Although you run into the wrong one at the wrong time and oh, you know about it. Like bear market bottoms or Trump trends. Oh, what's going on? Things generally pulling back a little bit. Yep. What a boring place to have price stuck, eh? Just trend and range trend. Oh, look at that. Fartcoin might lose the range trend. Please and thanks. Uh, so first you have to install it. So basically you go down to this thing called Pine Editor and you click on that and then you create a new indicator, paste that text in and go apply to chart and then just chuck it on a weekly time frame on Bitcoin. And use the oldest Bitcoin. I think I use BitMEX or something. Bitstamp. I use the Bitstamp chart because it's the oldest one. And as far as how do you use it, like strategy wise, if we do have another cycle like normal cycles, you wait for about 135 weeks and try to find. Oh, sorry, I've got it on the wrong screen. So you wait for about 135 weeks. You try to find something structurally relevant. Like in this case, in the last cycle case, it was that 4-month trend. So it may be this 4-month trend again, but it might not be. There could be something else. But these are the things you just look for through the bear market, and it becomes obvious because you'll get structural breaks and they'll have targets and so on, and those targets will get lower and lower until they don't. And when they don't get lower anymore, you know that okay, we're getting kind of close to the bottom, and then you just try to find whatever the high time frame structural element is that's going to support the price and reverse it. And it will be around that same timing in theory, like it was last time and the time before and the time before that. And that's when you start to DCA. And yeah. And then yeah, you take some profits up here if you want to. But effectively, you start taking profits here. So. So I think that the thing that says to me we should go down and hit one of those sub 100k levels is just if we are going to bounce up, then what creates the bounce up? What breaks all of the big trends that we're under currently? It's got to be you got to go to a big level to break something that's a big level. So yeah, I think we had that 3-month EEK trend. Was it the EEK? Yeah, here we go. Here's the EEK. That's another area I'm sort of eyeing up for if timing lines up with typical bottom timing. So we've got that 70K area. That would sort of be that bullish thing. But we got this 3-month range trend coming through here, which has been broken and never retested. So if it lines up timing wise, that'd be in that 60s area. So there's a few things, but we've gone up and hit the backside of and the underside of a 3-month trend. None of the stuff in here is 3-month levels. These are all monthly levels I've marked in at a lower time frame. So, what pushes this up? Well, visiting a 3-month hold level could push it up to break a trend. And that's kind of why I think there is, if you want to go higher to get through this, you sort of got to go there. And then those little weird areas that they've left behind are down here. So why'd they leave it behind? Maybe because that's the bear market bottom. Who knows? That's looking so good. Come on. Give me my little entries down here. Yeah. Do you look at USDT dominance? Not individually, no. I look at what I refer to as safety assets to try and get an average of crypto native safety. So, like, you've got say people who do not want to touch a stablecoin, they will sell Sol when they think there's going to be an altcoin dump, and they'll sell it into BTC. Even though BTC will probably go down, that's just what they do. And that's really old school OG stuff where you didn't have stable coins, so everything just kind of was between BTC and alts. Then you got stable coins. So what I typically do is look at things like this, which is basically your BTC dominance, USDT, and USDC. And I'll probably add to this, some of these other stables that are starting to emerge if they get big enough to matter. But at the moment, they're not really big enough to matter. And that gives you sort of like an overview of, whether people are selling back into risk or non-risk, if that makes sense. It's more for alts than anything else because, yeah, my thesis is trade alts, use the money for something else. Which is why I always joke about retire on this, retire on that. No. Retire on the money you can make from trading those things. Yeah. I don't know, like, I don't know the exact mechanics behind MicroStrategy and how things are related to Bitcoin, but I get the impression that they don't have to sell their Bitcoin. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Mostly just used for direction as far as timeframes to trade on. I'd open swing trades, weeklies, and stuff like that. can't say I take too many monthly trades because a monthly trade is not a straight line. If you break it down to a lower time frame, you're better off just to take every single 4-hour trade that exists over that month. That's the But directional bias means that the chances of you actually getting the wrong direction is pretty low. So if you know that the monthly move, or it was like recently when we'd had a bit of a pullback and Ethereum hit a weekly level, and I'll just show you that. Where's Ethereum? Okay, so go on, hit the line. Start this again. Okay. So what we had was this. We had this whole candle here, and we had these couple of weeks here. Okay. And what you know is that this is a very, very, very low risk hold. It's on the backside of a range. There was no trend or anything to get in the way of it because the trend was, like this. And we were going to at least go from here to here as a minimum. That was going to happen. Then something inside this whole candle or this trend, when it turned out to be the trend, was going to cause the rejection. Okay, so that's what we knew, is that you've got a high time frame moving in that direction. So therefore, other tokens that were a little bit harder to gauge, like what they were going to do, it was fair to say that you were pretty safe to long those tokens until Ethereum got to that level. But you probably shouldn't short them, because although there might be rotation between different narratives, overall the market, bigger parts of the market were going to go up. And past that point, you then go into this, advanced hold, or you're targeting the trend, and it was probably always going to come to the trend. Then it sweeps the trend, and then you have your October 10th or whatever, because it's taken the liquidity and it dumps. But whilst you're in that particular moment in time for that week and a bit that it went for, you were just really safe to long. And so I just had an alert set on that line to de-risk everything once we got above that line. And just any longs that happened on other tokens which move bigger and faster and better percentages, I was just taking those. And yeah. So high time frame, good for directional bias, and then lower time frame and more riskier assets, good for making money. So range trends that include several candles. Yep. So they're like, let's find one. So we're going to find the worst type. Okay, so this is not the worst type, but it's a tricky one. It's not that, it's that. Really subtle difference. Not that. Body doesn't quite get touched by that candle. It's that, which is why you then get that rejection off the range trend. So that's one type. You got a range, you got a whole candle. It's the first candle yellow into the body of the yellow that closes yellow. That's one. Now, the other type, which doesn't happen too often, but does happen. Let's find one. Nope. Where is it? Okay. The other type is this. Okay, that one. So you got a hold level. It's been wicked by a blue candle. You disregard all blue candles that close within the yellow hold level. They're not part of the range trend. They can't create a range trend. But the first yellow one can, which is this one, which is why it sweeps the liquidity and dumps back to the hold and makes a normal sort of range trend off the hold, which is that one, which it bounces off and then goes up. And yeah, that's it. So there's some secret sauce for today. I don't know if I've ever talked about that type of range trend before. I'm pretty sure. I think we have the logic for that now. Let's see. Oh, that might still be. It might still be in the development one. It's not in here yet, so we're having those types of range trends integrated as well. Still in the development version. God, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. The hardest thing is qualifying which ones actually matter. It's like, how would you have known that this one from all the way back here in September was going to create such a huge rejection there? Is it just because it's the confluence between two? Like you've created a new one in the same place as an old one, and does that just mean there's more potency? Who knows? Yeah, exactly. Yes, range trends are fun. Trends are fun. I mean, if you scrub out all of that, you've sort of got that as a range. That is a range. And price went between those back here. And so price went between those here. So why did it blast through all the ones in between? Different range. Let's try figuring out which ones relate to which ones. Fun. Yeah, trading structure monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 or 3 minute is pretty much the easiest. Right, how is our close looking? Hmm. Maybe on trend. At least it's above the range trend. BTC. It's not the end of the world. It's not such a bad place, but it's all right. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm gonna lose the range again. We might get a close under this level, and then we'll go and visit the devil down somewhere deeper in the chart. Let's look at fart and see if it's lost its trend. Nope. Is the song for today. YouTube source on YouTube short on secret source. Yeah, I suppose I could. We've got 23. It's 23 people viewing. There's only 20 likes. Come on. Like button. Yeah. What's Esther up to, eh? It's somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, well, the 1 hour's rejecting off the origin. Inside the hold. But it's still above the range trend. Hmm. It's not hard closing anything though. Let's see. What's the 4H up to? Ew. But the 4H might break out. So you could get a hard close based on the 4H and then a dip back based on the 1H to grab some liquidity and then a move up. Could have just longed the 8H hold. Yeah. It's probably going to go target that range trend. Hold, range trend. Retire on Esther. Awesome, 30 likes. There's not even 30 people watching. Thank you. Sneak up a little bit more would be good. I don't know, but do I like this? Just gonna move that trend. Oh, but it's gonna be on the right side of it. Come on, Sui, don't let us down. Open on the trend, bounce, target. Yeah, got over 600 subs. YouTube baller. It's really just BTC that doesn't look good. Still underneath the prior broken trend. Very faint line. It's kind of hard to see, but coming through there. But it is above that support level, 110, 370. Yeah, hype's just taken off to the moon. It hasn't come back to the entry I wanted, so I had that little swing position open on it, and that's great. That TP'd, but it yeah, hasn't pulled back, so it's got some pretty good reason to reject when it goes up a little bit more. It's going to create a daily range trend. So I shall wait patiently. And we might get a rejection on hype, retest of the break level, which isn't hard close, so it could just dive straight back through it and come back to the hold, and then we get our entry. So we'll see. I actually want this hold candle if I can get it, because it's the backside hold candle, and there's a reverse level in here where it hasn't where it's left a short behind, so I want entry inside that if I can get entry inside that. So this could start the process. Reject, not hard close, so it might come down. Single candle hold, so high risk, that could break into the beautiful juicy area down here. Maybe. Ooh. Okay, how we go? Let's see. Wait for the computer to get over all the alerts. On trend. Ugh. Hates us. On trend, but above prior broken. Hard close back inside range. Bullish. Buy dips. Well, time will tell. But in theory, anything down here to up to about 204. Be careful of 204. It's a big trend. Okay. It's been swept, swept, swept. Does it just reject? Maybe. That's us. Short term. It liked my song. So yeah, just lost the range, dropped to the next one. Found the range trend. That's open below the range trend, so it's probably going to come down. Okay, so we could scalp this. Or wait patiently to see if we can get this. Not really worth it unless we get a greedy entry. Okay. Yeah, it's more likely to go up. So it could go from the range trend up to this hold, this one. That would be completion of the 5-day. So if it's a small enough size, you'd be able to get out of it in this candle down here if it fails. So it's probably worth a punt. See if we close under here. Why not? What's that? 192. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. What's everyone doing? Finding your scalps? What was that? Okay. Yeah, they basically just came back and just said that ADL is part of their T's and C's, which is kind of what I expected. Guess it is at the end of the day. Lesson learned. It took all of like a couple of days to make it back, so it's not exactly like a big deal, but it's what that kind of means is that instead of using a short hedge to hedge a position in a dip, you should just close the position. That's pretty much all it means. Because if they can close your short, yeah. I asked them also, because one of the lines they sent back was, these systems are to protect people and the um, stability of the platform, which is absolutely true. ADL exists because it has to unwind leverage if there's just simply nothing there to pay the other side of it. So it technically protects people and the platform. Um, but one of the questions I asked them is, can you not see in the log file that I actually tried to balance the position myself and it wouldn't let me? And they said, yeah, they actually admitted they could see that I tried to close the long, but they basically said when automatic deleveraging is in play, you actually just can't do anything. No traders can touch anything. It just takes over. So I was like, oh yeah, all right, whatever. Probably in a week's time they'll send me another suitcase or something. Last time I moaned to them was because they wouldn't let me open a position at the bottom of a dip because of apparently I was too much of the open interest. And then I looked at their leaderboard for some promo that they were doing, and there was positions that were considerably larger than the size of the one I was trying to open, and I was thinking, oh, I can't be that percentage. Just Mr. Logic over here. I was like, well, mathematically, I can't be that percentage of open interest if these people have got these positions open. But yeah, I think it is what it is. Either that or the leaderboards are just full of it. I know of a couple instances where people have legitimately won those trading competitions, only to not, or to get disqualified for various reasons and things like that, which kind of made me. Initially, I thought, oh yeah, okay, they're cheating, fair enough, but then when I really thought about it, I thought, well, those people that win the competitions, are they actually real? Like, maybe the answer is that a fake person wins it and they never have to pay out. But who knows? Who knows? Who cares? You can make back a 10% loss pretty quickly. Yeah, what do we got, eh? So we got 13 and 23. 299 you probably wouldn't worry too much about. Have a look at it. It's got that same level. Doesn't have a trend. Like levels like this, they don't have if they don't have any kind of uptrend, then you wouldn't worry too much about it. If that candle closes blue though, and it creates that first uptrend, then there's an algorithmic reason to go down and test the trend, which means that sort of 100-ish price point. But at this stage, it doesn't have a trend, so not really a huge deal. It's probably got that. Sure enough, 204, 205. There is a pretty good chance, that 204, 205 sends us to a nasty low, like worse than October 10. So I'm not gonna leave longs open past that point at this stage. Especially if it's if everything's too bullish, if you got soul rockets going everywhere and people talking about the forever cycle and all that kind of stuff, I think it's just dangerous. Cool. 23-day hold level. $264 rejection. $259 rejection. No, I wouldn't short it. Think about if a level is going to create a huge rejection, like this one here. So if you rewind, I would be ready to short it from a higher price. Would be the answer. Okay. Cast your mind back to when dinosaurs roamed the earth. So you hit a break level like this, and it's a very big 23-day break level, and it's very old, 2021. And then it converts at the close of this candle to being the mother of all rejections because it's a really high time frame, it's really old, and it's now an origin level. And the next touch of that is going to reject. But it's a big rejection. So it's going to go find some really low, and you don't have. Do you have a range? You got a range there. So you got 127, which is probably the minimum that it's going to go to, and maybe a retest of that. Okay, so that's sort of where you're thinking. You've also got a yellow candle into a blue here, so you could even be going to create the first range trend off that. Okay, or anything down inside here. Probably below that yellow, just because that's already eaten part of that hold. So you're going to reject off that, and you're going to be looking somewhere down here. And because it's going to go so far, it's not just going to touch it. It's going to want to take all the liquidity that exists above that all-time high. And so it's going to want to come up into here. So you look to short it, but you don't necessarily just open the short on the line. Not on these types of timeframes and not on these types of moves. And rest is history. Takes the liquidity. When this candle closes, you could open your short. It's probably not going to go again. As it went a little bit, but didn't go too much. And there you go. First bounce, second bounce, third bounce. Hold level created, structure forming, going to the upside. That's it, you know? Right. So where are we now, actually? So what's 23-day doing now? Just note break level, close back above, retest at the bottom of the range. Made a hold level, bounced the hold level, made a hold level, bounced the hold level, look down, creates range trend, creates a hold level. Okay. When this candle closes, you have a down facing range trend. You potentially have, well, you have this. That'd be a break level, and you have a hold level. So where do we go first? That's the question. Another break level there. Some of these are not that bad. Like some of these levels are, 190, 187, 175. They're not that bad. They're kind of like what we've seen previously. But you've also got a range trend down here in 130s. Yeah, I think Asta completed. Fartcoin never got the really greedy entry. ETH, ETH still actually ETH's kind of in the middle. Or there's something else that's moving ETH that we didn't look at yesterday, I don't think. Marty's 100-year cycles in play. um, Marty. No, I haven't done that report yet, actually. Takes ages to run. Probably should do that. What's going on? This might just go up. And that's... It's a pity this isn't pulling back and actually giving a decent entry, but despite scalps of play swings. As the structure establishes in favor of your swing target. Oh yeah, okay, so like laddering in on the way up. That's kind of what you mean, eh? Yeah. Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so 204. Yeah, yeah, definitely keep an eye on 204. It's a key level across so many time frames as a spot. Someone who's basically holding the spot. Yeah, it could be an area. I mean, if it recovers it, it's going to also then be a very big bounce area. It's just a very polarized area. 204 was the original rejection from $8 on Sol. So it's probably one of the biggest, nastiest levels that exists. Being under it for too long is bad. Getting back over top of it is good. Um, yes, yeah, adding in as it goes up. Yep. So quite often though, I would take it out again. So the way I would often play it is to say, for example, you were in this from bad example actually because this has not been around long enough. Um, where's a token that's been around a while? So okay, so okay, so say you entered down here on that origin level, and the price goes up, and it comes back down. That would probably catch me out just because that's not a proper range. I wouldn't really be expecting that to reject like that. But then as it goes back up, it creates this sort of advanced hold here. I would place an order on this hold, but I'd only be taking it that. I wouldn't keep it going because effectively I don't actually want to increase my liquidation risk. But what I would do is I would take a high leverage scalp inside that position between there and there. And I'd be targeting here, which is funnily enough 204. Actually, I'd be targeting this, which is 204. There you go. Because it's going to go between the origin and the origin, but this gives you the opportunity to potentially get, some more into the trade. So yeah, I'd be into here, target here, get this structure, into here, TP here, leave the original size to swing up to here, and then TP here. And then if we close over the top of it, enter again on the top side, and then get a bounce. And at that point, you're now targeting the next break, which is here. But you actually entered here, went up, got disappointed with some drawdown, went up, increased size, made some extra money out of the scalp. Arguably, you could then put a order on this candle too later, and then catch that. But you'd already be kind of out of that position by that point because you would have TP'd up here and it didn't close back over the top of the break, so you're out. Long's closed. So I don't know if that helps. And if you wanted to break that down further, you could go down into a lower time frame, and instead of adding on the weeklies, you could just do all that kind of stuff on all of the daily ranging that happens inside that trade. Because the point is that the target for this is this. So everything in between there, you could take scalps on, bias long. Okay. Yeah, I think it's I think probably one of the wisest things people could ever do is just TP at break levels. That's there'll be a break level that doesn't break at some point, as you can see by this level up here. Hey, that's that 253 brick wall. And you might miss out on all of that, but who cares? if you got this to this, closed over it, entered back in and got up to this, closed again, job done. Yeah, that's kind of where I like to take it out. So if I re-entered on this and took this, then let's say my entry was here, but now I've got the profit from this, then my real entry is here, as an example. So you could also you could also lift your stop loss up to here by the time that thing, well, you'd be out of the trade anyway. But if you re-enter the trade, you've got all that profit now from here, you could put your stop loss there. Even if it went all the way back to your stop loss, on the overall thing, and no matter how bad that actually looks from a negative P&L perspective on that move, doesn't matter because you've actually made more money from there to there to there. The only thing that matters is the P&L line goes up. Yeah, round tripping is just not knowing where rejection can be, and that's all. Like this candle here, weekly, and there's a lot more obviously going on the weekly chart, but that's this candle right here is a hard close of that level, that 204 level. This candle can reject off that 204 level when it touches it. So, and if this one doesn't do it, the next candle, maybe we open next week and it goes up. If it hasn't created a hold level here as well, then any trend that's in there, and there'd definitely be a trend because there's a range trend right there. Any trend in here could reject down as well. It has to close over that 204 level to even really be able to break that trend. So those are all areas that price could reject. Then you got the level it's pushing on right now. Just this level right here, which is not hard closed technically because that candle was on it, but that's a valid reason to take a TP, take some profit off the table. If you'd caught this long, which I think was off the daily, this was like off a daily trend. There's probably some range trend involved. There it is. So if you caught this and you'd gone to there, you would have already taken profits, or you should have already taken some profits. If it closes up over that level, you can always put them back in and then try to push to the 204 level. This candle has been attacked by a blue candle. If it closes yellow into that, it could create another range trend. You already have a range trend coming through here, which could reject as well. Did it once really nicely. And we know we've got that Trump trend running through there as well. So any of these levels, if you took a TP into them and then reopened if they got closed, super smart. Because one of them will do this. and round trip you at some point. I'm tempted just to open a swing long on Sol. That's going to go up. Yeah, Sol probably is going to go up before it comes down. Just looking at these closures, we're back up above the prior broken trend, bouncing off the backside of the downtrend. 196 or 199 would sort of be the clear targets for that. So you've just got to make sure the position sizing can cope with it going down first, because it could go down 199 or lower to bounce up. So he's still going good. Let's So the test for Asta will be whether it rejects off the prior broken trend at about 1.17 something, just in here. So he's open nice and clear of the trend. So could pull back to touch the trend before moving forward, or could just move forward. It's like a little slow creep of this, but it's creeping in the right direction. Uh, I would TP at 196, 199, 200, 203, and 204. They're all various levels for rejection. And the first level on BTC that could be problematic after today is something. Now, these little lines right here, they're all resistance on BTC. It's pretty close. Um, and the backside of that reverse trend as well. It's a pretty decent sized candle. Has everyone stopped longing it? Is there no one's long in Asta? That's kind of funny. I keep missing these because I want the greedy entry. Should have just longed the range trend. Back to the hold. Look at that. 0.69%. Even if you just used that on 2x leverage, you would have got your 1% for the day. Oops. Dun, 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 dun. On a scale of 1 to 10, who's feeling FOMO right now? 10 being massive FOMO. 1 being just chilling. Two, 3, 10. That's good. Let's go. Yeah, well, if it keeps being really bullish all day long, and if we have a really decent pump on Bitcoin and we don't get any of those high time frame weekly hold levels forming, then well, it's going to moon, isn't it? But at the same time, that's only one of the two options. We got woohoo, 33 likes. Retire on Esther. Yeah. What's the moon say? Now the total's closed. Bearish hold level. Only a little one, but BTC will outperform Sol. Looking at that. Yeah, could probably push back up to the resistance trend again. A little bit of weakness for alts. Closed above that level. It's not actually good, closing above that 66.72 level. Total market cap could continue to push up, closed over top of the trend. But based on those other two things, total market cap could push up, but it's more likely that that money flow goes into safety assets than risky assets. Just looking at that. Unless this tells us differently over here. Could just hit the backside of the trend and reject. Back down to 3.45 and then up maybe. A little bit of a pullback and then a pump. Come on, touch the line, see what happens. Not hard closed. Not hard closed. Very trappy. Bull moon. Trappy bull moon. $195, $196. Wonder if it'll push through to there. Oh, awesome. Donald Trump is calling the Korean president short and fat. That's going to go well. Of course you would. Okay, so for Sol, really, it's that's the first daily level, 195.231. See if it gets over there. Slightly higher if it goes up and tests the 2-day again. Don't know if we're going to get those entries at this stage. Okay. Go say hello to that new range trend. I think Fart wants to come give us our entries. And XRP failed to close over top of the break level. So it's not a origin level yet, but could become one. Yeah, and Asta just wants to go up. So that was your break, origin, hard close, bounce. So it's probably going to try and go. Oh, it's almost just worth opening a swing on that. It's going to get there eventually. What was that? 0.74. Yeah. You might get Sol moving down a bit into the Asia algos. Like sometimes you get like a dip and then Hong Kong opens in about half an hour and then it shoots up. Kind of makes it look like it's dumping, so therefore people pile in with shorts and then they go up and wick through the shorts. So if you've been paying attention to the 4-hour chart, that was your origin level there, and that was the hard close of it, and that is the candle bouncing off it. So then what you got to do is try and find the other. Let's get rid of all that. What you got to try and do is find the other top of the range, or the next origin level, which is, so that was one of them. This is another one, and so that's your range between those two. And after that, that's a normal break level, so not an origin. That's an origin. So if it just keeps on breaking through levels, it'll end up here. And really the thing that's holding it back is just this trend. So it may not get there quickly. It could have to open the next one and push through a bit, and then the next one. It's kind of why things climb up the backside of trends. But then if they do hit, once they hit the resistance level, if they're already on the wrong side of the trend, then it normally leads to failure or rejection. Such a cool thing about being a new token too is you don't really have a lot of structure to have to worry about. In fact, if this hard closes this candle, it's going to come test that. When's that? 2 days. Yeah, so if you get a hard close in here, it'll come back up here. It's pretty cool. So that's also got back up inside that daily range. And the prior broken daily trend has got confluence with the 4-hour level. Yeah, where is the Binance trend? It's the Binance chart. Well, that one. Is it that one? Yeah, CZ's out of prison now. Needs to make some money. Oh, there's so many reasons for this to go up. Like, not just the hold that is pushing it up, but it's gone back inside the range. Got that break level up there. It could just bounce. So it could pull back a bit and bounce off the bottom of the range and then go up. It could be, it's going to want to retest this range trend as well, which is a lot higher up. Jeez. 15-minute changed. Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that on a daily, yeah, if you're taking it on a daily, you'd be watching for that 1.2599 or higher, and just seeing how it closes the candle into there and whether it creates a range trend to reject off. It looks pretty bullish. Sold up too. Okay. And Sol just took a nosedive. Uh, oh, yep. There you go. See, why did he have to call the Korean president fat at resistance? And Asta doesn't care. So see if we can swing this back up to the hold. Scalp. Hmm. There's a lot of rotation. Some stuff going up, other stuff going down. Hmm. AI16Z. That was one of the ones James said was going to be something, wasn't it? Mm-mm. AI agent. I remember the AI agent narrative. How are those tokens now? Do you remember the Telegram bot narrative? The AI agent narrative. What else was there? Privacy narrative, security narrative, cross-chain protocols. So many. Geez, they're really not wanting this thing to go back up. Hurry up. Soul chat. That was like Messenger, but on blockchain or something. Or something. Just Zeus at 6 cents. What's it at now? Is it actually going up? 6. No, it's still 6. Has it hit 3 yet? Yeah, I agree. Regardless of whether CZ has anything to do with what happens with price, the one thing is that he is very successful and he is very well known. And if he is behind something, people will want to buy it. So it's just fulfilling, self-fulfilling prophecy. Ooh, 1.1644. Go, Asta, go. You can do it. Just touch it. Just touch it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda made that bigger. Yeah, well. Yeah, I got one of those Solana phones. It's currently flat. I should charge it. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Retire on Esther. What's this token? So it's AI 16Z. Is that what you're trading? Hmm. Doesn't look like I've got it. Oh, yes, I do. Spot. Excellent. Let's see what it's doing. Ooh. So probably not a long-term hold, given that it's there. Uh, where is it? Good entry. Does it have an entry? What's wrong with this thing? Oh, poop. There it was. Eh. What percentage up are you now? Oh, we should trade this stuff. It does what everything else does, but it just does it more. Fun times. 38% off a 4-hour level. It's probably going to target that. See if it can. Oh, it has hard closed that. What else is it hard closed? It's hard closed that. Hasn't retested that. And it's also not retested that. So if it comes back to this before going to this, then that might be worth doing. Oh, come on. Holy heck. Has that recovered the range trend? Oh, yeah, that's just too tempting, eh? Okay. Swing. Yay, Asta TP'd. Right. So what's next? Esther ain't stopping, is it? This really should pull back. It's got plenty of time to go on the candle though, so it might go up. But don't know. I've TP'd. I TP'd there. Job done. Scalp, scalp. Work, work. In the middle. Yeah. It's an origin level, that one, not just a break level. So it's whoopsie. But it has bounced off a daily, so it might try to push all the way up to that daily. So 1.2591, maybe. No, if the 4 hour rejects and goes back down to support, then could always scalp it again. Hype. Gonna wait and see what happens when it hits that range trend. Just in the middle. See if this bounces off the range trends maybe and heads up here to 8 cents. Loses them and comes back down to do these retests. Yeah, yeah, definitely. So this level should reject. Whether it does a sweep or not is the question, really. And that's the 4 hour level there that has sent it to there. So if it closes over top of it, then you could open again and target the break level, but it'd be a smaller move. And then your daily is up here. You've got another 4 hour origin there, which is going to get in the way of the daily. Another break level. I mean, you could just do a gold candle. This is what happens sometimes. Liquidity sweeps straight up through all that, then retrace back down. And if it does that, I wouldn't re-enter it because it would be sweeping all of that to then probably come down lower. So it's so not going to come back here for another 2 hours and 30 minutes. What's Sol up to? Yeah, okay. It's on the right side of the trend. It should be trying to come back up and test that hold level. It might also be trying to close under this. No, new interior. Soul sucks, eh? It just likes getting stuck in these little places. Just so there's a pause button on it. Why can it not hard close through every, or why can it not sweep through everything at hard close? It could. It'd just be set up to fail really because it'll come back down. Because to hard close all those levels, you need a whole nother day. If you want to go up and hit that daily, get over that daily, you need a whole nother day of accumulation above it. This looks like it's trying to come down. And this looks like it's trying to go up. Soul is so bipolar. That's what happens when you open on a trend. I think Fartcoin's gonna come back to the hold now, so that should give. So if it hard closes and loses the range trend, then it can build another one off this hold and then try to move up off that, or it can come back down here. What percentage is that? Yeah. Kind of want it to come back down into here. Sweep all this. I love that article about how CZ's like going to help America become really great at crypto. See? 4-hour origin level on Fartcoin. Went up above, come down below. So will Aster do the same thing or something different? There's already Binance in the US, isn't there? It's called Binance US. Hurry up. But it's not really available to anyone. Oh, okay. Yeah, what else? Mm. Yeah, Binance took away leverage trading for people in my country, which made it just spot only, and then they let you do this thing called 3x spot, which is kind of like leverage trading anyway, but whatever. It was that was the end of that. Ooh, okay. Might have a new toy. Play with a new toy. Okay. Boom. Well, that worked. If only you'd known that was pending. Cool. Sneaky. Yeah. Very, very sneaky. Oh well, I'll play with that toy later. What's going on? Good night. Is there anything else we want to look at? Good night. Hmm. So basically, in 22 hours, this thing either has to be above that line or below that line, and that'll pretty much dictate what comes next. So if it closes above it, good place to long. Below it, not so much. AV, AVNT. And entry, hold. Mhm. Uh, yeah, it looks like yeah, that's a bit weird, but it rejected off that hold, so that was your short. Hasn't hit the break, so it's technically still in a downtrend until it hits this 89 break level up here. So this hold, or is this backside hold? This backside hold laddered the move down. It's moved back up, and now this hold is laddering it down, and the next hold is basically there. So yeah, so it's not looking too bad. It looks like it's gonna. What it will probably try to do is it'll try to close over the top of that and then come up to here, and then if it can start breaking the brakes, then good, full reversal, go nuts. Probably check it out, see how it closes. If the laddering is going to keep the price moving down, it'll just pull back under here probably and reject off the backside of the trend and then keep laddering, targeting these levels down here. So check back in a couple of hours. Looks like there could be a bunch of good trades in about 2 hours time. So we'll probably still just be stuck in here. Oh, hurry up. Anyway. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Someone keeps pressing the pause button and just getting it stuck in little wedges. Can only do that for so long. Okay. Getting hungry. Might have to have some food. Cool. Yep, just sit there. Give us our entries. Right, I'm gonna go find some food. I'll be back in a sec. Oh yeah. What are we doing? We're dumping. Did we get an entry? I think we did. That's something. Yep. Where's the TP? Oh, funny. See, all you have to do is leave the room. Yeah. Could be because I cracked open a drink too, I suppose. And I don't know what time frame that was. Ah, this one. Cool. So, didn't get any. Did we get our Farquhar entries? I don't think we did, eh? What about Esther? Yes. Esther's rejecting like it should. Yep, that's probably going to give us our entries at some point. Looks like everyone's going to sleep. 11 people still watching. So this is pretty much all thanks to BTC. But Hype doesn't seem to care. Yeah. BTC rejected its lovely little resistance that it closed under. So that's creating a bit of a pullback at the moment. Catch you later. It's hard to sit here and just continuously talk, but if anyone's got questions, just chuck them in the chat. And I'll just continue to drink and trade. Yeah, what other tokens are there? Where would I re-enter Esther? Let's see. Probably depends what happens with the trend. So this it's coming down here. It's going to shift to the top side of this candle. So it also depends whether it hits this break level or whether it closes over this. So I wouldn't be adverse to actually re-entering this at a higher price. it's more a case of does it close over the origin level here, which is like 1.1728. If it has a big wick on the top, doesn't hit the break level, doesn't close over the origin level, and shifts the trend to the top side, then it's probably going to go down, And the first hold candle that could hold it would be this one, but that would be conditional on it closing over the top of that wick. Failing that, this stuff down here has already been tested, so I'd be looking to enter lower. Short version. Could be something on another time frame. Yeah, not really. Could scalp this. Or this. I mean, as it currently stands, it's not pulling back that much, so it's looking very strong. It might just close up and then go higher. It's hard to say. Too much time to go. The other thing would just be entering on these levels, because it might not break through here the first time, but if it doesn't lose this either, then it's just going to stay between these two lines. It'd be good to see this get back up into that range. It's only got a little bit of time left to do it. Yeah, if a candle hits a break level, the whole level's done. Like it's completely gone through it. So the break level can convert to an origin and support the price to move up, but the break level, but the whole level will be done. So they're trying to keep this under this range trend. Sell pressure, sell pressure, sell pressure. It's funny how loud the fans get times like this. Because these just masses of tiny little orders flying through, trying to sort of keep the price in a certain place. But all these trends will shift to the bottom side if this candle closes blue, and that changes all the support architecture. So it's kind of one way or another, it's either going to have trends underneath it or it's going to get back up inside that range. Mm. I mean, from a low time frame perspective, they're definitely trying to suppress the price or push the price down. On this anyway, I don't know about. And this is kind of nothing. It's hasn't actually tested the trend that moved, so it could just come straight back up to here. It's got 45 minutes to go. It could actually come all the way back up, but yeah, that could pull back up or close lower. They kind of have to keep the price down for quite a while to break all this. So that's what's going on with that stuff. Yeah, that's got plenty of time to go. It's nothing. Oh, 15-minute close. Yep. So underneath the range trend. It dumped. That daily close was on the trend, so it's probably actually it's just as likely to come up here as it is to go down there. And that was a better close, so hopefully that bounces up to there next. That has been put on pause. Ooh, that's closed under something. Mm. Oh, Soul Scalp's complete. Buzz buzz. What was that? That was not that. Thank you. What was that? That was that. back to that. So that's one done. And so it's hard close under this range. So the next thing would be if the trend pushes it up and it doesn't hard close under this level, then it should come back up into here. What time is it? It's good question. My computer is set to UTC, which gets me in trouble and makes me late for a lot of things. But it is 3:19 in the afternoon. Which is why it's acceptable to drink. Okay. So what's next? Just keeping an eye on this one. So there's a few levels down here to retest because it's blowing away from them, which means it might come down here and then add in down here to then run the price back up to 8 cents. Just watching to see whether this pulls back and rejects off the backside, comes down, or whether it breaks over and goes up. And doing nothing with XRP. And waiting for Fartcoin entries. But at this stage, it looks like it's rejecting the origin, so it should come down. So entries down in here. It may not get there. It might stay supported up in here, but if we get a little wick down into this area, then it'd be good to get a greedy entry on a retest of a range. Oh, who knows what token it is? I don't even know. I just know that it's some AI agent thing that appears to be breaking out of its range. So why not take a punt? It'd be so tempting just to buy that trend again and take it up to here as well. Technically, that's that to there is the obligated move. So it's very much done to the cent. Oh, Giggles. I saw some token called Giggles. Ooh, we've got some new liquidity coming in. Geez, this cake baking is getting pretty dense on BTC. Let's see, we've got new stuff coming in to fill in the gaps on Sol, so everyone's making their bets as to whether it's going to go up or down. Appears 50% of people think it's going up, 50% of people think it's going down. Oops. Well, so here's a funny thing. It hasn't technically tested the trend, didn't quite touch it there. It also hasn't quite hit the hold level up there. So trends reject to holds, holds reject to trends. So this trend rejection of this red trend is what led it to this hold. If it touches this trend, which is now moved, it would probably lead it back to that hold. So that's how that stuff works. And I suppose there's things that can get in its way, like I don't even know what level that was, but it was important at one time. Things like these older horizontal levels that date back to here. They could get in the way of it, stop it. If they wait long enough, bring the candle down just in that last minute and open on the other side of it, then they can reject off the back side of the trend, which stops it traveling back up to the hold. So there's things it can do. To giggles. What's oh, who was that? That Johnny Depp movie. Uh Demon Barber of Fleet Street or something. I think it was a Johnny Depp movie. Anyway, that one's done now. Get rid of that. We got this too. Oh, that does. Pretty much the same level. Sweeney Todd. That's the one. Yeah, so it probably will come back up to here. So tempting. Do. Here it comes. Do it. Hurry up. 15-minute just did something. Hey, 15-minute created a trend and a hold level to break the trend. And the topside hold level is confluent with that other time frame. Should go up. Up, up. Where's that rocket? Come on. You can do it. Oh, not down. No. Up. Stop stuffing around. Just do it. Daily. Yep. It would be that. So they can push it up here. That's good. Pity it didn't do it from the other side of the trend. That would have been better. Way better. No. Right. What's next? More waiting. See what Esther's up to. And you could start risky, but you could start laddering into Esther. Just play that gap in there. Just wait. See, if it's going to break out of this level, in the next hour and 24 minutes, it'll come back up and get over top of. So it's sometimes if you really think that that is what's going to happen, then you just start adding in as it pulls away from the line. It's kind of what polarity is all about. If it closes over top of that wick, because this is being a distribution candle and being 4 hours. Every other time frame that exists inside that candle, like right down to a 1 second candle, distribution started there. So if this candle closes over that wick, it's effectively closing over every form of, or every distribution range that existed between that point and this point. So if it's going to do that, it's going to do that because it wants to push up. And so you can start to look at levels like this as polarity and basically look to see whether or not lower time frame price action is in some way respecting them, just sort of hovering around them. So it's like this level coming through here. I was like, oh yeah, it's just kind of below, above, below, above. It's building a little range trend in here on the 1 minute. Come on. And so when the trend moves, relocates to the top side, it still won't get in the way of it reaching that level again. So you could even if it's going to go up and hit that level the second time, reject and go down, you could look to start building in here and just TP there. Wait a little bit longer. See how it goes. Wrong way. Go up. It's just starting to move down a little bit. Did you guys know I can dunk a basketball? No, do now. I can't do that. Where has this been all my life? Uh-oh. Get up. Oh, 90.8. Mm. I wonder what the chances are that they actually close above 204 tomorrow. Three. So much waiting. Hmm. You might get the entries down here after all. It keeps pushing. So just wait to see whether this thing closes under here. Then does a bit of a dip. There it goes. Pop. What's everyone up to? So really just waiting to see if it pulls back up. At this stage, we've got full-blown Elmo fans that are whirring away and sell pressure trying to keep price down. So it's probably more likely that they want to break it to the downside again. Now this is a bit of a high risk one just by itself because it's just one candle. But this level here, if it pulls back up above that level, it should bounce off the top of it and go up. But if it closes underneath it, it could just reject off the backside of it and go down as well. So it's kind of a pretty solid moment as to whether or not they keep the sell pressure applied to keep the price down here and then go off the back, which seems to be what they're trying to do. See, the prior trend comes through here as well. So they're sort of trying to hit the new trend and then break back through the prior trend. But there's quite a few different things that are pointing back to 193. So could just be good old fake, 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 and then bounce back up here. 37 seconds. Yeah, it's still got the 4 hour hold as well. 4 hour range trend. So even if they close the 3 hour down, you've still got another hour where the 4 hour can pull it back up. So it's often this kind of stuff just goes like this, and it'll be in the it'll be in the last moments of the last candle that can do anything about it that anything actually happens. Because basically by keeping it down here as long as possible, what happens is people bring more shorts in. So you start to get this liquidity opening up here. So sometimes you can have like a 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour candle all close under a certain level, and then it hits the 6 hour, and the 6 hour just drags it back up, and by that point all of this stuff is filled up with leverage, and then they just go and sell into it. So it's a fun game. So time frame would be one. So the bigger the time frame, and the older, so bigger time frame, the longer it's been sitting there for, would be one. And how many candles are after it would be another. So like this candle here, followed by 2, makes it more likely that this is going to bounce. This candle followed by 1 is less likely. This is older, this is newer. So this type of fib trade here, if you were to do this candle, that would be the absolute highest risk trade you could ever take, because it is pretty much just straight into resistance, straight into a new hold. And so what you do is you dial down the time frame, because inside here there will be ranging, and there will be something older relative to a lower time frame. So if you went down to a 1 hour as an example, well, then you've got this candle, and this is the one we took, and this was here to here, job done. So because this is older, because it's had more ranging afterwards, and because it's resistance for this, like the actual, I don't know where the 1 hour trend is, but it'd be up here, somewhere. And that one is very likely to play out, which is that bounce from there to there. And then of course you've got say the 4 hour, which is here to here. So that's reasonably high risk, but it has come from the top side of the trend rather than running into the trend. So that's good. And we've got a range trend up here that has created the rejection to the hold. We've got another range trend here that we've dived through. So, and we've got 56 minutes to go. So this candle is one where somewhere in the next 56 minutes it might pull back up here, and that would just simply be taking liquidity from the range trend. It'll complete the fib move. It won't run into the horizontal resistance. So this might work, because there's other factors as to why this would go up. And if you look at the 3 hour, which is that one, the 3 hour hasn't hard closed under the origin support level yet, but it has gone under the prior broken trend. So this time frame is less likely to come up, whereas the 4 hour is more likely to come up, and the 1 hour is already played out. So but this can't hard close for another 3 hours, and because it can't hard close for another 3 hours, nothing stops the 4 hour from coming back up, because it could do that in the next 55 minutes. So it's just, yeah. And the ones that you want to take, things like this one back here. So yellow candle into the hold, 2 candles afterwards, down and in, up to target, job done. And then if you want to be really cheeky, you take this one as well. So then you get a range trend. So there's your range trend. So you can wait for that candle to close, form the range trend, and then take the move if you feel safer doing that, or you just take it because it's not like it's going to fail terribly often. So that would be a good one if price ever gets back down there. But that's when you zoom out and you go, well, you got that big daily sitting right there as well. So if you're taking trades up in here on the lower time frame and you just take them at a small enough size, it doesn't really matter because you can increase the size if you move into this daily, and then that would get you out of anything from up here. And we've got a pretty good chance to get into that daily because it has rejected the daily trend, as well as we've got that daily range trend. Has been hard closed, but it can still be dived for liquidity, which makes that an even more probable trade to play out. And you got another daily trend coming through here as well. So anything down into here should be able to come back up pretty easily. In the example with the yellow candle, no. So, where was that one? That was something. I'll find another one. What time frame was that? 4 hour. Okay, here. Yeah. So this is where it gets kind of complicated. A hold candle is the candle that holds up a range. So a range is not a single candle, a range is two candles. So for that to be a 4 hour hold candle, it can't become a hold candle until the second candle is closed. So it can't actually be tested by that candle, technically, because it didn't exist as a hold candle. So that's why you can sometimes take hold candles more than once, because it kind of depends on the color of the candle that closes into it, which one tests it. And also then, of course, there's the range trend factor, because the range trend can't be created by a yellow closing into a blue. It has to be a blue into a blue. So even if this whole candle didn't have its ability as a whole candle, it still had its ability to create a range trend. And yeah, so short version is, yeah, you can still actually take trades on those a lot of the time. And then even stuff like this, this blue candle with this one creates a range trend like that. So this wick is actually a sweep of the range trend. It's nothing to do with the hold level, but the range trend first touch, even with the sweep, is going to travel up to the hold or the break. So it's, or in this case, it traveled to the other range trend, but yeah. And then in doing so, it creates an origin level, and then the origin level you can take as a trade as well. So just like that one area right there, you've got hold candles that create range trends that bounce the price, which stop the price from getting back to the break level that's been tested, which creates an origin level, and then you can trade the origin level. And you notice the biggest bounce is that one, the one that comes off the origin, because that's typically where you'll get your bigger moves. kind of why you got to watch what happens when you get to that level up there. And it's why it's rejecting off this level here, because that's an origin level. One D short. This one? Yeah, probably will. The thing stopping it is the fact it closed over that range trend, and the fact that it closed over that origin level. So that's how you. There's many things that can get in the way of these playing out. So it wants to play out. But it's going to have to somehow get back under there. It might have even created something bigger too, actually. No. So yeah, there's a lot of things that should happen with this price. Like it should come back and retest this about that 190 point something. Step one really is for this day to close down, not up. Like if it's going to reverse, it needs to get back under that range trend. It needs to get clear of that uptrend and create a hold level, and then it can come down again. But yeah, that was something. Where was it? They can be very patient, these things. Check this out. I don't know if you saw this before, but this is, oops, hang on, that one. Okay. New toy. See that there? $144. Oops. That was pending from the 1st of July. So the last time the Bitcoin price dropped from its highs and went down to 80 something. It was like something, it was normal. It was a normal hold level. On Bitcoin on the daily, it was something in here. I think it was on the daily. Before that, yeah. There. So yeah, sometimes these things can take a long time, and everyone's bullish. Everyone's totally forgotten about the fact that there's a pending move to the downside, and the prices in this case that was 88k, and this had gone to 109, and then it's like, oh, hello, guess where we've got to go and do? We've got to go do this. So, and that's the kind of thing that happens when you run a report on these. You know, Charger in the Discord can probably give you more exact numbers, but when you run a report on these moves, they're like high 90% completion rate. The thing is, how long do they take? And sometimes they happen real fast, and sometimes they, take a long time. And one of the things like I've personally always kept an eye on is, number one, if the candle flips like this, it's probably going to reverse and go grab liquidity before it comes and does the move. So as dumb as it sounds, from the moment that Bitcoin hit $87,000, the entire point in its life was to go and get liquidity to go lower, and it went all the way to 109 to just go lower. That was it, and it was that one move right at the very start of all the ranging that actually said that is what its purpose is, to go and get all this and then dump. So it's yeah, when you see one of these at the start of a range, don't expect to retire on that token at that particular moment in time, because it's coming down. It's just when. But yeah, what you can often do when they flip like this is you can just, depending on oh, did I just, hey, just completed a trade. So when they flip like this, you can hedge. So effectively, you'd be, I don't know, if you just hedged at the hold level and you'd entered at the hold level, which is the laziest thing you could do. So I don't reckon you should actually do that, but if you did, you would be down 3% if you did the worst possible thing you could do. What you should do, a bit different, is when it flips like that, treat it like you're looking for a greedy entry in the other direction. So, where's that line? So that there. In fact, actually, let's go back a step. Where should you have entered this trade? Okay, so line start there. I'm going to look inside here and see where we should enter. So we'll go 4 out. And there's our 4-hour hold. So we're going to want to enter up in here. Either the wick or the body, somewhere in there. And let's go down another step if we see if there's anything greedier. No, it's been tested. So we're sticking with that for now. Go to the 15-minute. Oh, that's it. That's lovely. We want to enter there. Okay. That's our entry. Okay, so our entry is at 90 and our move doesn't play out. So we'll go back here. Now look at where we entered. You entered above the hold in the opposite direction. So when the candle flips and you go, oh crap, this move's going to reverse, you can exit at the hold that reverses the move and you're in profit because you took the greedy entry refined inside the hold candle. So that's what you should do. And then what you do is you make a mental note and say that there is this, well, you put an alert on your chart or whatever, and you say that there is a unfinished move at the bottom of this range, and you always keep that in mind for stop losses, liquidation levels, events, whatever might pop up. And because you just need to remember that one day it's going to go back there. And that's so you never got trapped in the trade because you took the greedy entry. You actually managed to exit in profit when the candle flipped, and you knew that one day. And that's why I was joking with, for the people who are in the IA Discord, I was always joking with D-Dub about I'll buy his Bitcoin off him at like 88k. So I buy it off at 88. Well, I can't even remember what it was. It was lower. I gave him an exact number, and at the time he didn't think it was going to go under 100. I was like, yeah, I'll buy it off you at 85, I think I said. I was like, yeah, buy it off you at 85. And then it just took its time. Job done. So it went real low. But yeah, that's how you refine a hold level. And that's how you find a greedy entry. And those are the kind of situations that having greedy entries can avoid. Like you can get out of them in profit. You could have actually refined it back the other way too. Like I wouldn't have done this because I would have been too risk averse, and I would have yeah. I was like, I'll buy it off you at this price. So for me, I'm too risk averse. I wouldn't have tried to get a greedy entry and therefore make profit on it in the other direction. But you can, like if you want to gamble more than we already do on a daily basis in what we do, then once this flips, knowing that your entry's up here in the 90s, you can just refine this in the other direction. So you could take that candle and get the next one, and then you could do exactly the same thing but the other way. So you go, cool, there's my start. Let's have a look. Do I have a 4-hour level? Yeah, I do. It's there. Do I have, oops, skip. Do I have a 1 hour? Yep. Oh, that's a tricky one, is that? Yes. Yes, I do. I'll go for that. Or I'll go for that. I don't know which one, but I'll go for one of these two because, it could be any of those. Except I think that was above the level. So we'll start with those. And then let's try 15. That one doesn't change, but this does. This goes there. Okay. So now I'm going to really gamble and see if I get out at a reasonable profit on a move that's going to fail. And we'll see. It's either going to be here, and that's below 90, so that's going to be profitable, and that's 88.6, so that's going to be profitable. Yep. Got that one. Don't know. Don't think do I get the other one before it goes? Ooh. Nah. So if I'd gone for this, too greedy, I would have been trapped in that long. If I'd gone for this, I would have got out of that profitably. if I went for the real lazy entry as a means of just escaping from it, I would have also got out profitably. So it all starts from just take greedy entries. It can save you a lot. So, yeah, it's extremely well educated gambling. Why does she get? Oh, look at it. Do we actually get that level? We'll see. Maybe not. Yeah, she's off to the races now. See, you could have entered a long as well and made money. For take the greedy entry. Percentage-wise, if you'd taken that one, yeah, it's 3.5 versus whatever. If you're taking the lazy one, 3.5 versus 2.5. So 1 extra percent just by taking that lazier entry. Oh, sorry, greedier entry. Don't know what it hit there, eh? So it went down below this level. Nearly made it to here, but didn't. Bitcoin does this sometimes by like $50 or whatever. It's a bit of a pain. That's probably a little bit more. A little bit more. Cool. Good job. 4H pulling back up as it gets closer to the end of close. So these are like the time capitulation aspects of how algos work. They'll stay below a level for as long as they can based on the time frame of the candle and the trend, and that gets as many people to think, oh no, it's going to fail, it's going to go, it's going to dump, and then they move back up. And then it all really comes down to, does it get back over the trend and back over the horizontal level, in which case it comes back up higher, or does it just kind of stick around here and then go? When I first started trading, I always used to like look at a candle and be like, oh, I should be longing, oh, I should be shorting, you know, like it's, as it was moving around, I'd be getting manipulated psychologically into making choices. Like all these people that opened that liquidity right there that is about to get taken. Like it's making the candle look weak throughout its open time to bring the liquidity in to go and take. It's crazy how this stuff works. What are we at now? Come on. Ooh. I just got a YouTube update. What does that say? Woohoo! 612 subscribers. That's pretty cool. It seems like if I do a live stream, less people watch the videos, probably because they just jump on the live stream, have a bit of a look. No, either that or everyone's just decided not to watch videos anymore. It's a pity you can't put chapters into a live stream. Hmm. Chapters would be quite funny though. It'd just be like talk shit, talk shit, talk shit. Switch to a different token, talk shit. Yeah, I'd probably be much healthier if I just live streamed every day because it stops me going and sitting on the couch and drinking too much. I'd be doing multiple people favors for different reasons. Although the weather outside is beautiful right now and it's warm and it's definitely beer weather. Hey. Very close to TPing the next scalp. Drink and ape soon. Can do that. Beer or beer. What's Esther doing? Mm-hmm. So 24 minutes to go. Hasn't really done much, has it? Mm-hmm. So it's still up above that support level. Just can't get through the back of that trend. And is a pretty mild rejection from that origin level so far. Like it's very, very, very mild rejection. Yeah, definitely beer weather. Uh, Nothing to see there. Not giving us our greedy entries on Sol. Hope's holding up pretty good. Come on, fart coin. Give us our entries. Retest that range trend. You can do it. Ooh, going back below the daily break. It's crazy the rotation, eh? One go down, one go up. Probably should have just longed that. Oh well. Oh, BTC, is it going on a nosedive? Come on. BTC go down, Sol go up. Okay. So try and scalp this. Is it worth scalping this? Nope. Yeah, Hype's been holding very strong. It's starting to pull back, but it hasn't actually tested the range trend, so it might bounce off the top of this and go up to that trend. So there could be, it's not a hard closed break level though, so there is risk in that, but you might get a 3-ish, 3 to 4% move between these two on the daily. Oh, what's Trump got to say? Canada caves to pressure an additional 10% Trump tariff and cancels the disparaging tariff ads. Okay, whatever. So, yeah, not a hard close level, so it's capable of just pulling straight back under it. You could open a small position here if you wanted to try and target the range trend. Or you just wait for it to come back into preferably the older hold down here, or the higher risk one there. So you could also divide it up a bit. So basically put 25% of your risk in here and then yeah, USA versus Canada. So you go part there, part here, biggest part down here. Problem is you don't know where your exit's going to be because the structure leading to the entry will create the exit. So you see here, the fib level of that candle has that as a target. But what's happening is if this closes as a yellow candle and the next one does the dump, that becomes the hold level. And sometimes the hold level will be just below the target. And so the trade comes up, hits the hold level, rejects off the hold level, and you sit there thinking, oh crap, it's not going to go back to my target, and you end up closing the position and making less money or whatever. And then, a few hours later, it goes up and hits the target. So sometimes it's you can double dip, like when you see them, if they create a hold level here, maybe they just dump, but if they do create a hold level just below a target, then you adjust your exit to be just below the hold level, hits the hold level, goes down, you enter a second time, take it up to the hold level. Or take it up to the target, I should say. Yep. Hype. It was hype, wasn't it? I forget what we're on. Hype. So you got this hold level, this candle, and you got this one. This one back here is better, just because it's got a range after it versus a single candle. So you could come down a step, and you could look at that one on the 12-hour because it's got a range after it. That'd be a safer trade than taking it as a daily. And or you could take the back side of the 8-hour because that doesn't look like it's been touched. Yeah, that hasn't been touched. So you could take that as an 8 or you could take it as a 12. I'd probably take it as an 8 personally because the wick is almost non-existent on the top of the candle, so that's preferred. We could have just shorted that. Mm, 13 minutes. Does it pull all the way back down under here? New range trend, rejection. It's a pity that's just too small to bother with. Ah. So Sol has bounced on the trend. Oh, more Trump tweets. What's he on about? Hmm. Government shutdown stuff. Ooh, down to 9 viewers. 10. Wonder if everyone's fallen asleep. Imagine doing one of these things one day with thousands of people viewing. The chat would be almost useless because it would just be moving so quickly. So it'll be 8 minutes to either get back up inside this range and back up over the 193 level, or close under the range trend and potentially reject off the backside of the trend or off that break and make a move back down. Do, do, do. 6 minutes. BTC is just bouncing along the bottom of that 100x leverage liquidation area. Just teasing. So for Sol to make any kind of move up on the 4 hour, it pretty much has to get a close over that 194.193. As long as it stays under that and just keeps rejecting off it, then that's basically the top of the 4 hour range. Uh, it doesn't mean it has less power, but it does mean it's sometimes not a break level. So the only reason I'm kind of assuming this is a break level is just because it did, reject this candle, or this candle rejected. This candle never quite made it to that level to reject, and that was the one that shifted the trend. So it it appears that is a distribution candle as a doji versus this, which is really obvious. That is a break level. There was a weekly one like that on Sol that really bugged me for ages. I didn't know whether it was going to react or wasn't going to react, which is that one in there. And that was the level there, and I'm glad I gave it the benefit of the doubt. Woomph. Yep. Oh, yeah. So the 1H might break up and finish off that little move, and the 4H could still break down. So the 1H might create the retest, and then the 4H being under the trend might then move down. Yeah. Yeah, with a doji, you just don't know. Like it, you can check on other exchanges and like maybe, but I've had times when I've looked at it and on three other exchanges it's yellow and on one it's blue and on the one that's blue is the right one. And one thing I'll say about BitGet is their order book is so unbelievably fake and smooth. It's great. It adheres to levels properly, and when there's basically no displacements between the opens and closes of any of these candles, and that's nuts because like that means that there is an exact matching buy and sell for every single price to the third decimal place in between every open and close, and that is a lie. There is not. So the way that the order books get faked on every platform is what it is. But the cool thing is that they're faking this so well that you can get entries like to the third decimal place. It's just brilliant. So I like their fake manipulation. It's great. Blame Binance. It's all CZ's fault. Trump's involved. Who cares? Okay. Cool. Trend move. Stuck in little wedge. Hold level. So hopefully that'll now complete that last scalp. All it has to do is do a retest. Or bounce. That's the only thing that's a little bit daunting. Just bouncing along the 100x leverage. So, well, that's going up. Yeah, Discord also doesn't have a delay. Or doesn't seem to anyway. Although the interesting thing is that I've got more subscribers on YouTube than we have members in our Discord, which means not everybody uses Discord. And I suppose if you do a live stream or a video and you leave it inside Discord, no one else really ever sees it. Is there anyone in the chat right now who is not in our Discord? Silence. There's 308 people who have come in and out of this while we've been streaming. Makes you wonder. Make that 309. Could be bots. Like those pretty girls that are always facing the other way. Want to come live in New Zealand. Nearly there. Did that just TP? Oh, not quite. Mm. I think after this one TPs, I might have to go and enjoy some couch time. Don't know what I'll watch. Nearly. And Dindies. There we go. Unless anyone's got questions or tokens they want to look at, I'm more than happy to open all the bifold windows, let the beautiful weather in, go grab a beer, sit here and do something. Nothing I really want to watch on Netflix. You're welcome. So, probably don't need that anymore. Yeah, this has got to be like the most boring trading really that you could ever do with something that's this compressed. But if you just want to make a daily living, that's 3% today. Yeah, 3% portfolio growth today, 4 scalps. Hmm. Asta just doesn't give up, does it? Need some people to shill Suey some more, make it go up faster. Still haven't got there. Might be time for this. Mm, okay. So after a while, what your brain starts to do is it starts to go, what are the possible implications of this candle being like this? And one would obviously be something like a trend. So you got a trend. So you could push up into that trend and reject. But also, if the next candle closes blue, then this becomes the hold level. And the implications of that hold level being where it is versus that fib target from this candle means you might actually want to, lower your target down, especially if you want in and out of the trade quickly. So it's why you can't just put a limit order on these things and just and a TP and go, I'm gonna trade that, because what might happen is it forms this and the price comes into the candle
You know, maybe you get a greedy entry and you're loving life, and then it comes up and it rejects off maybe the wick of this thing or off the body, and your take profit was there. So entries you know about, but TPs you've kind of got to wait and see how the price develops. And also whatever the trend is, which we don't even have. Look at those. Yeah. See your trends up here. That's an interior now. Hold level. Imagine if fees weren't a thing and you just took every single one of these. Great. This here too, this is something to watch out for. So if you get a full engulfment of a whole candle, including the wick, then sometimes the move can activate very quickly off the wick, which means it doesn't necessarily play out as easily up here. So that's I need to do a bit more study on these because I think there is actually a pattern to this. Like as far as if this closes up inside this, then this is the move, and if it closes under this level, then this is the move. But it's there's enough trades already, right? Nope. That could be a really good close tomorrow if it stays up. And that could be really good. But a couple of days away. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that could be really good actually. But it's not today's stuff. Not tomorrow's stuff. Still going up. Right. I think that's enough for today. I'll come back later if something exciting happens. Should come here, eh? It really should come there. All right. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go open a beer and sit on the couch and maybe let some sun in and maybe come back if a whole bunch of alerts go off. Yeah, they do, but there's a really good trick to it. Go find a movie that you actually want to watch, and then suddenly they draw you back, So that's, I could be doing you all a favor by leaving because, yeah, then everything will move. It's like if I try to go find food or drink. Yeah. Uh, this 5 day thing here has been going for quite a while now too, so it really should come up and hit that 197. And BTC is ignoring currently that 100x leverage that's to the downside. But not many people are opening up new positions, so it doesn't really have a lot of reason to move up. I think given the rejections that are around that 112 area, it's probably just going to build a bit more liquidity, push up to that 112. Sol should probably push up to something, and then they'll probably reject together, would be my thought process, but see how that goes. Probably one of the best, like what I said about watching, you can watch another token that's just in a really clean move and get a bit of an idea about what the market's going to do. So you'd probably watch Sui and just keep an eye on it. Wait for it to hit this 2.6 level. Once it hits that 2.6 level, it's probably a good time for general reversals across the board if anything's going to happen, or the break level up here or backside the trend. But anything past there, just like when we were watching ETH to see if once ETH got to its level, and then past that, you just need to be a little bit more conscious of potential reversal and liquidity grab, because this opened on the top side of its trend. It's in a daily move. Once it gets up to there, that's probably a pretty good sign that things might change. Cool. All right. Catch you all later. Thank you. Like, subscribe, YouTube stuff. Bye.